Good morning and welcome to the Virtual JCTI Certification Tradeshow, coming to you live from Kingston, Jamaica. A little overcast here in Kingston, but our hearts are warm and sunny because it's an exciting day where we'll have this all-day workshop for human capital development in the tourism sector here in Jamaica. We have an exciting day ahead of you, and I just want to welcome this slew of presenters and the audience to this trade show. I'll start with the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, our Minister of Tourism, Ms. Jennifer Griffith, our Permanent Secretary here in the Ministry of Tourism, who is here in the room with us, Professor Lloyd Waller, the Director of Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Ms. Carol Rose Brown, the Director of the JCTI, the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, Mr. Carlos Vogler, the Senior Advisor, Global Wine Tourism Organization, Chef John Shop, the Chair of the American Culinary Federation Certification Commission, Mr. Cecil Smith Jr., the Senior Commercial Director, and Mrs. Sharman Hines Smith of J. Ray Nephew Limited Campari Group. I'd also like to welcome Mr. C.C. Novello, the Managing Director of the Caribbean and Latin America region of the AHLEI. Ms. Marsha Grant, the Senior Program Director for Assessment and Certification at Hart NSTA Trust. Mr. Stephen Hood, the Senior Vice President of Research for Smith Tourism Research. The operators of hotels and attractions who are on this show, the HR training managers in the tourism sector, tourism workers, and tertiary level faculty and staff in the hospitality, tourism, and culinary arts. Welcome all, and anybody else who has joined us to benefit from this, our investment in the human capital development here in our tourism sector in Jamaica. We believe that the pandemic, as we all know, has been a bit of a crisis, and you should never waste a good crisis. So here is the opportunity for us to invest in our human resource, now that our workers and team members have a little bit of room in their schedules to be able to do the courses and to get the certifications. And we plan as a nation to come out at the end of this more skilled, more educated, more certified for sure, and prepared for a better Jamaica when this pandemic is over. So with that said, we have so many what we call carrots in line for you. So you'll be excited to know that we have 3 courses that we'll be offering throughout the day. We have gift baskets from Ray and Nephew. We have gift vouchers, credit from Digicel and Flow. And right throughout the day, we'll be giving these away. So it's going to be, if nothing else, a very fun-filled day. So make sure you stay with us as we go through the day. A very exciting time, and I'm proud of the team here in the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Enhancement Fund and the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation. With that said, I'm going to now turn over to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism, Jennifer Griffith, to bring her remarks.
Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism. Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism. Mr. Carlos Vogler, International Expert on Tourism Management and Professor at Rey Juan Carlos University in Madrid, and former Executive Director of the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Professor Lloyd Waller, Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Dr. Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Ms. Carol Rose Brown, Director of the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, JCTI partners, tourism stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The development of our people, our human capital, is the most important long-term investment Jamaica can make in the future of its citizens. This investment is even more critical as we adapt to the new reality of work in the post-pandemic world. I am pleased, therefore, to be a part of this Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation trade show, which will showcase the many certification opportunities available to our tourism workers and others who are interested in working in the industry. It is both timely and relevant as we seek to reskill our workers for a more resilient and inclusive tourism industry. And I wish to congratulate the JCTI and the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center for collaborating on this important initiative. Tourism is the engine of Jamaica's economy, driving socioeconomic development, growth in investment, job creation, and infrastructural development. It therefore goes without saying that as we build back better post-pandemic, human capital development must be the cornerstone of our recovery effort. A highly skilled, educated, and job-ready workforce is critical to tourism's recovery, and tourism is critical to the nation's recovery. We should never lose sight of the value of our people to our tourism product. While our food, attractions, and culture are major drawing cards, it is an indisputable fact that the Jamaican people, including our outstanding tourism workers, significantly influence our high percentage of repeat visitors. We must therefore harness the full potential of this valuable resource. The JCTI has been doing an excellent job for prioritizing the training and development of our tourism workers in keeping with its mandate to increase Jamaica's competitiveness through the training and certification of the tourism labor force. I am pleased to share that JCTI has fulfilled their role, and so far, the certification of over 8,700 persons was done since January 2018. The JCTI has been at the forefront of our tourism recovery process. At the height of the pandemic in 2020, it rolled out 12 free online courses for tourism workers as a part of the government's trust to ensure the continued development of employees in the sector who were laid off because of the closure of some of our hotels. The response was overwhelming, and all courses were oversubscribed, underscoring the immense thirst for continuous learning and upskilling on the part of our Jamaican people. I would be remiss, though, if I did not point out that this Human Capital Development Initiative is a collaborative effort because the JCTI has collaborated with various local and international industry leaders, including Hart NSTA Trust, American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, the American Culinary Federation, the International SPA Association, Smith Tourism Research Inc., J. Ray and Neville Campari, and National Restaurant Association. Today's trade show promises to be engaging and interactive while highlighting the many opportunities for tourism workers and students trained and certified to the highest level of their respective fields of endeavor. The partners I mentioned have breakout rooms where there will be videos, brochures, and presentations about the role they play in certifying Jamaican tourism workers, as well as other workers around the world. So be sure to visit and find out what is on offer today. Of particular interest these opportunities for training and certification. It will be a win-win for everyone, the tourism sector, and its workforce, and Jamaica as a whole. JCTI's ultimate objective is to create a differentiation in service that cements a competitive advantage for destination Jamaica. Let us all work together to make this a reality. I sincerely hope that you will all have a fruitful time with us, that the discussions will be rich and productive, and that at the end of the day, you will feel that it was worth your while being with us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good morning. My job this morning is to explain why the Global Tourism Risk Management Center, Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, are collaborating to discuss human capital development. Both of these organizations are focused on helping tourism respond to threats. In 2021, the threat is the impact of the coronavirus and how it has impacted the tourism business especially. The vision of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center is to transform, to safeguard and protect the tourism product around the world. And its mission is to prepare, manage disruptions and other events that affect the tourism sector. The vision for the JCTI is to help Jamaica become the most sustainable and competitive year-round island tourist destination in the Caribbean through adopting cutting-edge innovation approaches and high-quality human capital development programs. Our mission is to advocate for public-private partnership investments in human capital development, to support career advancement of existing employees, to ensure the potential for graduates from tertiary institutions to gain employment at supervisory and management levels, and finally to advocate for a workforce that supports career development programs. The JCTI was established in 2017, and as the Permanent Secretary so kindly pointed out, we have been at work since, and we have a fairly good track record so far. The focus of the JCTI is on three things: to facilitate the certification of students and recent graduates in hospitality, tourism, and culinary arts. The second is to facilitate the certification of workers across the tourism sector. And third, to facilitate the certification of faculty members and other persons to deliver this certification program. The Ministry of Tourism has implemented a 5-pillar plan for sustainability. And one of those plans, one of those pillars, a 5-pillar program for sustainability, and one of those pillars is human capital development. That's where we are. Now, certification is not new. Certification is what people do when they are serious about their professions. Doctors have to be certified. Well, a bachelor's degree in medicine does not make you a doctor. You have to go to internship and then take the people's exams and pass them. If you want to be a plumber, who is going to get the kind of money that plumbers can get, or an electrician who is going to be trusted to come into people's homes and fix their electricity, you have to be certified. And so it is with tourism. Professional certification is about developing the knowledge and experience and the skills necessary to perform specific jobs. Bartenders need to be certified. Supervisors need to be certified. Chefs need to be certified. Front office people need to be certified. And in order to ensure the certification, we are working with international organizations whose among our partners, of course, is the JHTA, the Heart NSTA Trust, which does a lot of entry-level certifications, but also works with us to provide that supervisory and second-level tour certification. We work closely with NCTVET because every one of the certifications, international certifications we offer, are locally connected, are connected to local certification standards. In other words, when you get a certificate as a supervisor, you also get an NCTVET certification because both of these things are connected. We want to ensure that the people we certify have credentials that are transferable. As the Permanent Secretary said, we work with the Jail and Navy Academy. We also work in high schools where we work with the Ministry of Education to provide initial certifications for high school students. In addition, we work with the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, the American Culinary Federation, and Smith Travel Research. Now, we are very excited to raise again the business of Smith Travel Research. The director, the vice president will speak later this afternoon. And we want to say to students at this time, you really need to have credentials in data management. One of the things we have learned in this pandemic is that everything is now digital. And digital literacy, the ability to collect, analyze, and report this kind of data is critical, and we think that our young people need to have this certification, and we have those available. Finally, we want to tell you about the list of courses we have available. There is a wide range of courses from supervisory level courses to every level of culinary certification that exists, to 4 kinds of middle management certification. All of these are available right now at deeply discounted rates because we get a discount from our partners. We pass on that discount to you. We even add significant levels of discounts to those prices we get. Especially for small properties, we want to encourage you to take advantage of these courses because I would take bets that you don't quite understand how very well priced these courses are. So please stay with us today, participate in the various activities, win the prizes Dr. Wally spoke about, and let us have a really wonderful day. And at the end of it, let us have more and more people going after certification in hospitality and tourism. Thank you very much. And now we will hear from Professor Carlos Vogler, who is on the other side of the world and who is going to present now. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Honorable Minister Edmund Bartlett, Permanent Secretary Jennifer Griffith, my good friends, Professor Lloyd Waller, and of course, my good friend Carol Rose Brown. I send you greetings from Madrid. I'm at the other side of the Atlantic, and I again want to, first of all, congratulate you for the organization of this very interesting workshop on human capital development. And thank you again for having me and share with you some ideas about where we are heading and why we really need certified human talent in tourism. So I will share with you a presentation that I hope that you can follow. First thing I would like to go through with you is analyze why did the world economy basically change forever. There are four elements into it. One of it is productivity and growth, which has made the world richer. That wealth is not well distributed, but definitively that has created imbalances, and those imbalances are bringing crisis and increasing uncertainty. Another element that has contributed to this big change in the world's economy that affects tourism is deregulation and liberalization, which implies taking risks for profits. And of course, tourism, which has contributed to accelerating and stabilizing this globalization move that we have and we are experiencing. So at the end of the day, it's taking uncertainties into calculated risks. Now, tourism, as you well know, has been actually the one of the most important socio-cultural phenomena that has spread in the last 70 years, and its importance has grown over all these years. The tourism economic parameters, its importance in the development of people, the transformation of the society, and the most important thing, its horizontal nature and the complexity of its human and social contributions make it necessary to build strong educational system to perform its delivery in an efficient manner. And we heard Carol Rose Brown mentioning this. We definitively cannot take tourism lightly from an education perspective, because we really need to build the right capacities and skills. And this actually is more important now than ever because of the many challenges we are facing, which are at the end the different scenarios that we will be facing in international tourism. Well, we know that there has been a drop of over 80% compared with 2019. All right. We know that travel restrictions are high, but also that consumer confidence is slowly rising. And we know that there are hopes for recovery because the pace of vaccination, although uneven, is growing, and there are policies which are being introduced to restart tourism safely. True that uncertainty remains. New variants of the pandemic are bringing these uncertainties. Travel restrictions are still in place. And of course, as I said earlier, the uneven rollout of vaccines brings uncertainty. But we also know that tourism is highly resilient. And resilience combines all these three elements: adaptability to the new situation, flexibility, but also learning from experiences and learning how we can overcome the challenges. Now, when we look at the tourism post-COVID-19, and I put some interrogation marks, is there going to be a post-COVID-19, or are we going to confront to this situation of pandemic for a longer period of time? We still don't know. But definitively, we are going to be finding more technology applied to tourism, like voice search, like robots, like contactless payments, virtual and augmented reality, the Internet of Things, big data, etc. We're also going to see, we're already seeing it, more demand for personalized products with singular experiences. And I will talk about this later. And there will be definitively more concern about personal well-being, air quality, and man-made environmental impacts. A sustainable approach to tourism development is a great opportunity because consumers are increasingly looking for tourism destinations which are committed with sustainability. And this is a big change. Let me just go through the evolution of sustainability very quickly with you. We go back to 1972 with the Stockholm Conference, when the United Nations Environmental Program was created. Before that, very few people spoke about sustainability. And then we have been growing into it and developing into it. The Brundtland Report in 1987, the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, the first Millennium Development Goals of the UN, the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg, the Rio +20, the future we want in 2012, the UN resolution on sustainable tourism, the first resolution on sustainable tourism in 2014, then the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, and the Paris Agreement also in 2015, and the Sustainable Tourism for Development, and finally, the International Year for Tourism for Development. So sustainable tourism is not an option, it's something that has to be done. We can no longer look into non-sustainable and sustainable tourism destinations to choose from. And actually, a sustainable tourism destination combines a number of elements, that bring together the businesses, the host communities, the natural and the cultural environment, and the visitors. The businesses looking into profit participation, but long-term endurance. The host communities looking for a better place to live that we need to offer them through tourism, and the national pride jobs. The national and cultural environment that we need to protect, preserve, and interpret. And finally, the visitors that need to have a better place to visit, and they look for the value of authenticity. All these are elements of sustainability that we need to bear in mind, because our society has progressed. Look at the progression of our society. If we go back 100,000 years ago, we had an agricultural society whose most important value was commodities. Then we moved 200 years ago to the industrial society, where the value was products. Then the information society started 30, 40 years ago with services. But now we are in what we would define as the emotional society, which is looking for experiences. So this is what we call the dream society. Sometimes we have difficulties in understanding what is an experience in tourism. This is why education in this field is so important, because we need to differentiate what is a tourism activity and what is a tourism experience. When we take a tourism activity and we include seduction, fascination, that is positive emotional states, we include memorability, then we have an experience, then we bring an experience. So when we look at this, the travel and tourism sector is requiring the right human capital to meet not only the current, but also the future market demands. And we need to enhance innovation, competitiveness, and sustainability again of tourism destinations. And I repeat what I said earlier, we cannot take education on travel and tourism lightly. Tourism is a very complex activity, and it involves many different stakeholders in the value chain. This is what makes it fascinating on one end, but complicated on the other, because we need to bring together a number of disciplines in order to analyze tourism from a proper perspective. We need to combine economy with legislation, with ecology, with technology, languages, history, sociology, psychology, geography, ethics. All these elements are present in the daily work of our tourism professionals. So this means that we need to ensure the quality of tourism education, training, and research programs. We need to then use evaluation criteria through certification, as Carol Rose Brown was explaining to us, so that we introduce mechanisms which are universally applicable to any institution. We need this certification because we need to measure the efficiency of the academic system, the effectiveness of the pedagogical system, the extent to which the needs of the tourism sector, the civil society, and the students are covered by such programs. And definitively, we need to engage the tourism industry in the education and training, because we need a practice of it. And sometimes we have been finding that there is a big gap between academic institutions and the business. And we need to build the bridge in order to connect both and give our students the opportunity of getting their experience through practice. So I will leave you with two final messages. Through certified education, we need to connect people. And through certified education, we need to provide inspiration and vocation. We need to see ourselves. When we look at the mirror, we need to see ourselves powerful and confident because we have been properly certified and we have received the right education which is required in order to bring our business forward. These are the messages that I would like to share with you. So again, thank you for giving me this opportunity of coming back to Jamaica, even if it's virtually, but getting close to this country that I love so much and that I had the opportunity of visiting so many times. Thank you again.
Tourism has generally been recognized as one of the most labor-intensive segments of the global economy. While other sectors have been able to introduce technological innovations to reduce the size of the human labor force as a cost reduction strategy, the human input remains a hallmark of the hospitality industry. Indeed, human beings are the most critical assets in the tourism value chain, as they are responsible for delivering high-quality services and responding to the range of needs of tourists in a personalized manner, thus contributing to the enhancement of visitors' experiences, personal satisfaction, and ensuring a high rate of repeat guests for many destinations globally. Beyond direct hospitality services such as reservations, transportation, room service, dining, and entertainment, the efficient operations of tourism establishments rely on the input of individuals employed in such areas as maintenance, storekeeping, cost control, accounting, and management. Our recognition of the responsibility of the human resources of a competitive and sustainable tourism product was the main factor that inspired the Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica through its tourism linkage network to identify the renewal of human capital as one of the 5 pillars to promote the sustainable and accelerated growth of the sector over a 5-year period. This tasked the TLN to identify solutions to address some of the traditional constraints to mobility of the country's tourism workforce, fill workforce gaps through skill development and training, and raise the overall prospects and attractiveness of the tourism sector as a career option for persons seeking high-skilled, high-paying jobs. Unequivocally, the competitiveness of small tourism-dependent destinations requires accelerated focus on preparing citizens for emerging opportunities in the tourism sector. While traditionally the tourism sector has enjoyed one of the highest rates of labor mobility of any segment of the economy, it is equally true that many of the opportunities taken up by our citizens are those that require low-skilled and offer limited prospects for economic mobility. This fact is largely attributed to the observation that the majority of the tourism-related jobs are deemed to require low to medium-level technical skills. The global tourism market is, however, becoming increasingly differentiated and segmented. Consequently, the continued growth of travel and tourism depends on the effectiveness of strategies to ensure that the right people with the right skills are available to meet the growing demand for diversified human capital. The emerging evidence indicates that several trends are impacting the skills needed to perform competently in tourism-related jobs, such as digitalization and virtualization. The demand for sustainable behavior and practices, the growth of non-traditional segments, the changing demographics of international travelers, which are becoming more youthful and more specific, changing lifestyles and consumer demands, and the need for data-driven policies. Technology has had a significant impact on tourism-related employment, as well as supporting and changing how services are delivered. While technology has downgraded certain skills in the tourism sector, it has upgraded other skills, particularly in the areas of marketing, sales, information, and communication. Small tourism-dependent destinations must recognize the differing preferences of new generation of young travelers and the growing importance of expanding a range of online services, especially through mobile internet. Thus, the future of tourism lies in the effective introduction and utilization of ICT capabilities such as big data analytics, machine learning, blockchain technologies, the Internet of Things, and robotics, etc. Accordingly, there is a need to urgently emphasize opportunities for the development of these skills within the labor force to prepare persons for the myriad of high-skilled ICT-related jobs that are being and will continue to be generated in what is fast becoming an ICT-intensive global tourism industry. As small tourism-dependent destinations such as Jamaica seek to diversify their appeal and attractiveness to new and non-traditional markets in Europe, Asia, and Central America, there is now an increased need for the introduction of programs in the tourism sector emphasizing cultural studies and the development of proficiencies in various foreign languages such as Spanish and Mandarin. The increased focus on data-driven policies to better understand the emerging needs of markets, to analyze trends, to grow market shares, and to predict future patterns means that the tourism sector must also increasingly emphasize the development of research-based competencies. The evolving tourism market also requires modern managerial skills that can drive performance improvements in the sector by raising productivity through better staff planning and scheduling, employing new technology, and improving employee motivation, thereby reducing staff turnover. Most importantly, we must equip our citizens with the competitive business management and marketing skills that are required to operate successful tourism enterprises in this globalized era. Currently, the hospitality sector has to contend with negative perceptions of low wages and the lack of career opportunities beyond entry-level jobs. A study by the World Travel and Tourism Council, WTTC, revealed that travel and tourism's human capital challenges are significantly higher than those faced in other sectors, with most countries in the study projecting to face a talent deficit or shortage in travel and tourism over the next 10 years. Studies have also found that many university students have a peripheral view of tourism. There is oftentimes scarce information and misconceptions about the skills required, as well as the opportunities for career development. Tourism policymakers must therefore take a lead in developing a long-term workforce development strategy. Ideally, such a strategy would be developed within the broader context of improving the industry's competitiveness and sustainability, since the increasing demand for skilled labor will continue to present a major challenge in all countries. It is highly recommended that strategies and their implementation should be carried out with the private and education sectors and embrace agreed upon commitments and inputs from the industry. Overall, a robust institutional framework is needed to determine the education and training policies and programs that will support a more attractive labor market and business environment in tourism, which will allow the industry to maintain a sufficient and highly qualified workforce and hence support the enhancement of productivity in the industry. My view is that while formal qualifications are not always required in tourism, their existence and a widely available opportunity to obtain qualification and competency development in tourism may contribute to raising the prestige of the occupation and the sector in general. Talent development will always prevent many high-skilled positions from being filled by migrant workers. Over the past 5 years, the Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica has taken firm steps to promote skill and talent development in the tourism industry and to reimagine the sector's contribution to accelerated human resource development. In 2017, we launched the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, the JCTI, as a training arm of the Ministry of Tourism to train 8,000 tourism workers between 2017 and 2022. The mandate of the JCTI is to facilitate the development of professionals in the sector, who themselves will set high standards as leaders and will collectively raise the industry to the highest level of excellence in service delivery. In 2018, we introduced the Hospitality and Tourism Management Program, HTMP, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. The HTMP is the first of its kind certification program for high schools developed by the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, AHLEI, and it provides opportunities for students to gain entry-level qualifications in tourism, as well as associate degrees in customer service and recognition by the local Customer Service Association. We have also finalized an arrangement with the University of the West Indies Mona campus for the establishment of a School of Tourism at the Western Jamaica campus that will specialize in emerging areas such as resilience-related studies, climate management, project management, tourism risk management, tourism crisis management, communication management, tourism marketing and branding, monitoring and evaluation, sustainable tourism policies, and tourism entrepreneurship, etc. In 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic began, we used the halt in the tourism sector as an opportunity to provide 11 free online courses for tourism workers as part of the government's thrust to ensure the continued development of employees in the sector. The courses are offered in areas such as laundry attendant, gift room attendant, kitchen stewards porters, public area sanitation, hospitality team leaders, certified banquet servers, certified restaurant servers, serve safe training in food safety, certified hospitality supervisors, introduction to Spanish, and disc jockey DJ certification, which is surprising to many. So as we look to the future, we will continue to work with and through our partners to identify the needs of the tourism labor market globally and ensure that we provide meaningful opportunities for Jamaicans to develop the talent and competencies that will position them to earn decent wages in the tourism sector. Thank you.
My name is Kasana Spence. I'm a Regional Training and Development Manager for Royalton, Grand Leadon, and Hideaway, Jamaica. I've always known about the JCTI programs, and when I got the opportunity to enroll my staff into that program, I was excited. The programs are those that I know would have empowered my team, would have caused them to become more developed as leaders and managers, and so I had to capitalize. And we started out with just a few managers, and each batch finished, we realized that we had to get persons enrolled. So it was awesome to have done that, and we keep on supporting JCTI with their courses. As someone who has always been into training, I encourage every training manager, every hotel manager, get your team members involved. I guarantee that it's going to change lives, it will change perspectives, and what you're building is a solid and inspired group of managers.
Hello, my name is Francine Mollison. I am from the parish of Trelawney. I am the General Manager's Assistant here at Royalton Blue Waters and White Sands Resort. I was excited to be a part of the Certified Hospitality Supervisor program offered by JCTI because of the excellent feedback that I received from other team members who did it before me. Now, this program has really broadened my horizons and given me much empowerment in terms of management operations. I have been applying this knowledge and as well sharing it, and fruitful results, I tell you. I am excited and happy that I went on that program. The journey was awesome. If you are looking to add new skills to your resume, then I recommend that you do the courses under the JCTI program.
My name is Jermaine Campbell. I'm from the parish of St. Anne. I am the culinary demonstrator at the Hart College of Hospitality Services. I'm enrolled in the course Commercial Food Prep Level 3, Chef de Partie, and I'm also a certified culinarian. We were enrolled in the program January 2021. The course ran for a period of 3 months. During that time, we were exposed to poultry fabrication, stock making, knife skills, kitchen fundamentals, supervisory management, and food safety and sanitation. This course has not only helped me in my personal life, but also in my professional life as a culinarian. It has also given me the foundation on which to grow in the hospitality industry. If you are someone in the hospitality industry and wish to grow professionally and enhance your skills, well, I definitely recommend the courses offered by the JCTI.
My name is Natalie Newman, and I am from the parish of Hanover. I am the Executive Assistant to the General Manager at Royalton Negril Resort and Spa. I completed the Certified Hospitality Training Program in 2019 at Royalton Negril. This aided in my growth and development, as well as improving my leadership skills. I would definitely encourage anyone working in the hospitality industry to be a part of this wonderful initiative.
Hi, my name is Sasha Gay Henry. I'm from the parish of St. Anne. I'm currently working as acting food and beverage captain here at the Cardiff Hotel and Spa, Hart College of Hospitality Services. I enrolled in the Introduction to Bar and Mixology course in October 2018. During this course, I was taught how to use equipment in the bar area. I was also taught how to make and present numerous cocktails. If you're working in the hospitality industry and you're looking to expand your skill set while working, I would recommend courses offered by JCTI.
Great. Good morning to all our viewers and welcome to the Virtual Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation and the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center Certification Tradeshow's first session on food and beverage certification. In this segment, we will have the distinguished pleasure of listening to four main presenters. Very good friend, Chef John Shop from the American Culinary Federation. Chef Shop will be speaking to us about culinary certification. We have Mr. Cecil Smith Jr. from Campari, Ray and Nephew. Mr. Smith will be speaking to us about bartending certification. We have C.C. Novello from the National Restaurant Association. He's actually wearing two hats today. And C.C. will be addressing food safety certification. And last but by certainly no means least, Miss Marsha Grant from the Heart NSTA Trust. And she will be discussing the collaboration with regards to Jamaica's gastronomy agenda. And so in this food and beverage certification session, if you have questions for,
and they're commenting,
I'm going to invite us to reserve those questions until the end of the fourth presentation, where we will invite you to one of our 5 breakout rooms. So just a reminder to all our participants, the fact that you're here means that you are already registered. So please complete the form. The link is going to be posted in our Zoom chat in order to win certification courses. Of course, these are all free to you, phone credit, among other prizes and surprises. So let's move to our first presenter. We're going to be introducing Chef John Shop. Now, John Shop, CEC, CEPC, CCE, CCA, AAC, is the chair of the American Culinary Federation Certification Commission. He is a full-time culinary arts instructor at Virginia Western Community College and president of Center Stage Catering, Inc. As a working chef, business owner, and a culinary educator, Chef Shop is heavily involved in the culinary community, and might I add, the culinary community in Jamaica, as well as his ACF accredited culinary program providing educational demos, workshops, and mentorship. Chef, it's a pleasure seeing you from a distance. Over to you.
Wow, what an introduction. Thank you. I'm just a guy that cooks, really. I'd like to thank the Honorable Edmund Bartlett and the brilliant minds assembled around him to grasp this most important concept. I am an educator, and I am an entrepreneur, and I am also a tourist. And I'd like to start with just really briefly, why come to Jamaica? Right. Okay. Why come to Jamaica? There are many places to go. First of all, Jamaica is beautiful, but there's many beautiful places around the world. Why do I travel to Jamaica? I love the people. The people of Jamaica are genuine. They have beautiful hearts, and they are proud of their nation. And I just get so energized when I come to Jamaica to experience that authenticity. And I think we need to keep that at the forefront of what we talk about. Be authentic, be the true you, but there are sets that need to be developed to go through that. So who is the American Culinary Federation? We were founded in 1929 and are the largest professional chefs organization in North America, with more than 15,000 members, belonging to more than 150 chapters across the US as well as internationally. The ACF is the industry leader in offering educational resources, training, apprenticeship, competitions, programmatic accreditation designed to enhance professional growth for the current and future chefs and pastry chefs of the globe, of this world. And I would say this, certification is not necessarily a finish line. It is a journey. At 55 years old, I started my certification journey somewhat late, probably in my early 40s. I was wrapped up in learning great and exciting things about food and hospitality industry, and I didn't necessarily see the value in certification at the time. Since getting involved with certification and starting my path, it has put me on a path of continuous learning, continuous growth. It's taught me how to be a better leader. It's taught me how to be a better communicator. It's taught me how to be a better business provider. And I align everybody in my world through certification. And I would like to commend Jamaica for taking this on. I wish the United States was as passionate about it as Jamaica was, but we're working on that also here. So if we can go to the next slide. Okay, thank you so much. With thousands of chefs competing in the job market, it is essential to prove your culinary competency. And with COVID happening right now, it's a crazy landscape to try and navigate, especially from the top. I would say this, there has never been a better time, I believe, to get trained up and get into this industry. Right now, there is a bit of a feeding frenzy for talent and labor, but I believe that bubble will break soon. And the people that are trained and certified and moving forward will be the ones that will be leading this industry for the next decade to come. So ACF certification validates your skills and makes you more valuable candidate for hiring. It tells a candidate, a potential job employer, what you can do, where you've been. It's verified. You have written exam, practical exam, verified education, and verified work experience. A resume doesn't necessarily do that. So and a potential employer can look at a candidate that's certified and know right out of the gate, they have these qualifications. Once we're certified, we should always be looking for the next level. What can we learn? How can we help mentor somebody? How can we show them our path? Because we are one large family wrapped around providing a beautiful experience for people, right? Tourists choose their destination based on, is it welcoming? Is it safe? Is it exciting? Is it authentic? And as a culinarian, when I travel the world and especially Jamaica, I want authenticity is so important. Here in the US, and I'm imagining there in Jamaica, 2 supply chains are completely interrupted. Ordering and procurement is problematic. Pricing is going off the charts. And I would say this, now more than ever, it is time to dig in to your local agricultural products, your local things growing on that island, and showcase that wrapped in your, around your cuisine with your authenticity would be a beautiful thing. When I come to Jamaica, I don't want to eat necessarily European food. I don't want to eat American food. If I'm there for a week, I'm eating 30, 40 meals. I might want 1 or 2 of those for comfort. But what I really want to do is explore what Jamaica has to offer, both in food and beverage, as well as authentic experiences, authentic crafts, things that come from Jamaica. Everything else I can get from Amazon from my living room back here in Virginia. So when I come there, I want to enjoy the history, the beauty, and the products and the cuisine of Jamaica. So I have a short video on certification, if we could, put together by the ACF, talks more about certification. And then we'll wrap it up shortly after. And I hope to see you in the breakout session. I'd love to answer questions and get you on a path towards continuous learning, continuous climbing the certification ladder. And there are many, many people and mentors out there ready and willing to help you. Appears we're having some audio difficulties on the video.
Certification through the American Culinary Federation is really important in our industry because it equates the playing field. What they've done is they've established the standard for the industry of culinary excellence and really raised the bar of both skills and knowledge throughout the entire career ladder of a young culinary professional, where that bar is now clearly defined, where you can achieve those tangible goals through a step ladder progression of education, work experience, knowledge, and skill set. And an industry employer looks at certification and really has the confidence in their decision in hiring a certified cook that they know and meet those industry standards and criteria.
Certifications can help culinarians in many ways. One, it helps them to refine their skill set, helps them to validate what they know and have achieved, and it'll help them validate what they can do in industry to help seek out jobs. It's a path to help set a guideline for that continued growth throughout their professional career.
I was able to get better jobs through certification, and people see that you have dedication to your craft and that you continually educate yourself. You seem to get more people interested in wanting you in their kitchen.
Certification has impacted my career in many wonderful ways. It's helped me determine where I stand amongst my colleagues. It's opened up doors of support amongst the chef community, but most importantly, it's provided me with avenues for continued education and continued growth.
Certifications impacted my professional career by really enhancing my skill set and knowledge base, and has really focused me back on the basic techniques and fundamentals of cooking.
Well, there have been a lot of successes and there have been a few failures in practical exams. Some of the successes are you see someone that's so anxious and young and they go and they hit it out of the park because they followed the whole guidelines. They read everything they were supposed to read. They practiced 5 to 6, 7 times, and they come in and they're just organized and ready to go. Some of the failures are just the exact opposite. They walk in and they're just not ready. They become successes in the long run because if they don't do well that day, one of our major goals as practical examiners and evaluators is to get them back and give them some tools to get them back in for the next exam. And eventually they come back in there and they pass their exam.
Some practical exam successes would be first seeking out a mentor, understanding what you're testing for, reading the manual, practicing, knowing your certification practical exam site, checking it out, knowing where to park, knowing how to load, how to unload, how to clean up at the end of the exam. Those are all good things that should make a candidate successful.
We see successes and we see failures. And the people who don't make it typically do not have the skills. And it's always the basics. Sanitation. If that's not a standard where you work and you're continually working in an unclean manner, you're going to bring that to the exam. And I can pretty much guarantee you'll fail. It's important for a cook, a chef, a baker, a pastry chef to value your daily experience, repetition, doing over and over and over quality work, but doing it in a way that does not discount the fundamental principles of cooking.
Find yourself a mentor. When you're getting ready to take that practical exam, you need to find someone that you can work with, talk with, troubleshoot, bounce questions off of, and even practice, knowing exactly what you need to do that day and the standards that are set by the American Culinary Federation.
So I think some of the most important ways to prepare for a practical is really to get a mental game plan together of how your workflow is going to look, mise en place steps you're going to take and in what order, and really mentally get a game plan together and then really practice it. I think having a friend watch you and time you and really critique each one of your steps so you can have a feedback session at the end of it. Really, it's all about mentorship and teamwork and building that connectivity in the industry, and then practice, practice, practice.
Your plates will be evaluated by 3 trained evaluators. You will be provided critique and review of what went great and what might need a little bit of improvement. The plates will be tasted, and then you'll be expected to clean up your station, leave it nice and sanitary.
To prepare for the practical, I have a very strong personal belief in how to do that, and you do that in acting every single day. You commit to a philosophy, you commit to a style, you commit to excellence and working to improve every single day. But it's not something you turn on and off. It's not, I'm going to come in and cook this way just for the practical exam, and I'm going to do this in my kitchen that's lazy or not accurate or not to standard. So in my mind, it's a commitment daily to a high level of excellence and standard to the craft of cooking. That's how an individual should approach the journey and continue to go forward with that.
Over the past 15 years, I've seen certification make a lot of strides, and I'm very proud of certification today. And I just wish we could get more young kids and midlife chefs interested in coming in and getting a certification. I think it's one of the most valuable things out there.
Fantastic. If you are considering certification, I would ask you to seek that video back out on YouTube. There was a lot of sound advice in there. A couple things I heard, mentorship. Earlier on in the program, I was watching some of the chat feed, and people were talking about what's it cost, or it costs too much, or that sort of thing. And you know, that's legitimate, but I would say this: it doesn't cost anything to start, to find a mentor, to find somebody that wants to help carry you along the path, and start filling in those soft skills and those things you can practice prior to getting into a formal certification program or testing. Certification is not a competition. A lot of young and eager culinarians step into the arena thinking they have to prove their worth to the evaluators. And I would equate that to studying for an exam, perhaps on auto mechanics, but you feel you need to understand how to build a house too. Focus on what you're looking for that level of certification, and practice it, practice it, practice it. I am proud to say that from working with the fine folks, Carol Rose Brown and her team, the ACF has looked at our written exam and felt that it didn't make sense necessarily for the Caribbean. And we sought out subject matter experts, many of them coming from Jamaica, and retailored our test that is 25-30% Caribbean specific, an exam that I perhaps might have a little difficulty taking. So we're taking into account that this is your nation. Caribbean food is yours. You're the authority on it, but there are procedures and preparation and culinary fundamentals that need to be applied. If you're going to be making a cheeseburger down by the pool, make it the best cheeseburger. Have that level of intensity, that awareness to the job that you're performing, and I guarantee that's what's going to help propel you up the ladder into a leadership role, into management, and to further climb the certification ladder. The ACF offers digital badging once you achieve certification, which makes it easy for potential employers to click on those and know exactly what that certification means, exactly the skill sets that you're competent in at that level. And I believe the next slide is if you have any questions. We have the link there for certify@acfchefs.net. It's my good friend, Chef Randy. Reach out. There's a wealth of free information there. The contact link, a lot of people that want to help you. So if you have questions, that's normal. Don't be afraid to ask them. Check out the link. Kiwi is the person that leads the certification department there for us, all the technical stuff in ACF Orlando, KIVI, and she's ready and willing to help all of you. And I look forward to joining you in our breakout session. And I look forward to getting back on the island and checking out some of the great dining and help be part of that recovery of what COVID has brought all of us. And I would say too, don't worry so much about the cost of things. From an establishment, tourists are going to come. We're cooped up. We're ready to come. But we need to come to safe, open arms and people that are intent on delivering quality service, quality foods. And when those things don't align, that people element, that's what makes a tourist second guess where they're going to go and spend their money. So I love you, Jamaica. I love the culinarians in Jamaica. And I'm here to help any and all of you that want to follow this path. And I would strongly encourage you to do so. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Chef. Just a few highlights for us to remember, our culinarians out there. You're never too young or mature, not old, to start that culinary journey. Likewise, you know, being accredited means that you're more employable. We see in the chat several persons have commented that they have completed their certifications, but there are no jobs. Believe me, especially for culinarians, there are plenty of jobs that are that our hotels and independent restaurants positions that they would like to fulfill. Another reminder for culinarians to utilize our local produce so that you can tantalize our taste buds. As Carol Rose often says, I mean, we're in Jamaica. If you're making a dessert, why are you going to make a blueberry pie? We have Otaheite apples. There are so many local fruits. Let us utilize our local products to enhance the culinary experience for all our customers. And just for everyone to realize that, yes, it is live and it is direct. On Monday, the 27th, we actually begin the process of ACF certification for 55 culinarians, both students and hotel workers. So their training begins on Monday. They have their written test, which is a part of the process, on December 27th, and their practical test, Lord's willing, will be January 2022. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is real. So thank you, Chef. And yes, we are looking forward to seeing you. As was mentioned, any questions and queries with regards to American Culinary Federation, after our fourth presenter, you can join Chef Shop in his breakout room. Thank you, Chef, and we'll see you shortly. All right, ladies and gents, so let us move on. This is really exciting, our food and beverage certification segment. So we're going to move on to our second presenter, Mr. Cecil Smith Jr., who is from J. Ray and Nephew, or Campari group of companies. Chef Mr. Smith is a man with strong communication and organizational skills. Cecil Smith has gradually worked his way through the ranks of J. Ray and Nephew Limited to become its senior commercial director. This wise sage joined the company in 1998 as a systems and promotional stores officer and climbed the ladder, landing such roles as data analyst, merchandising supervisor, relief sales representative, regional sales manager, group brand manager. Smith was part of the visionary team that positioned Appleton Estate and Ray and Nephew White Overproof Rum, which is one of Jamaica's favorite internationally, and led the successful development and execution of major national initiatives such as the Ray and Nephew Jamaica 50, Nowhere No Better Than Yard campaign, which tapped into the core passions of Jamaicans everywhere, and the extremely popular made-for-TV boxing event, Ray and Nephew Contender Series, the country's largest sports reality TV show with viewership exceeding 1 million each week. He also conceptualized the Ray and Nephew and Shreps and Appleton and Coke combo packs and the Jamaica 50 Ray and Nephew commemorative canisters in 2012. Smith is a proud alum of Calabar High, Institute of Management and Production, Northern Caribbean University, where he has his bachelor's in business administration, and University of Technology, where he has his MBA in management. So we're going to be listening to a distinguished speaker. So our viewers, let us welcome Mr. Cecil Smith, Jr. It is our honor. Over to you.
Thank you very much. After such an introduction, I don't think I need to deliver any message, but thank you very much for inviting us. Good morning to my fellow distinguished presenters, ladies and gentlemen. As you just heard, I'm Cecil Smith. I represent J. Ray and Nephew Limited, and I've been there for 24 years doing many, many different things. And it's a true passion for me to lend my voice, and I'm happy to see my organization lending its muscle to the business of human capital development. As you heard Minister Bartlett spoke earlier, human capital development is all of our businesses, and we at Ray and Nephew are very happy to partner on this journey. Today, we're going to spend a couple of minutes just discussing J. Ray and Nephew's position in this initiative and how we believe that this initiative will add continuous value and sustainability to ourselves and, of course, the businesses that we represent. Next slide, please. So who are we? J. Ray and Nephew Limited is the oldest continuously operating company in Jamaica. We are more than 195 years old at this point. And we're just happy to be always flying the Jamaican flag. We are a subsidiary of the Campari Group, a major player in the global branded beverage marketplace with over 50 premium and super premium brands marketed in over 190 countries. So we're little Jamaica, but we're tall. We are proud to have our brands from Ray and Nephew White Rum and Appleton almost being able to be found in every single corner of the earth. So established in 1825, as I said, Ray and Nephew is the oldest continuous operating company in Jamaica. And we have quite a robust portfolio of brands that we distribute right across the length and breadth of the world. So next slide, please. Okay, so why J. Ray and Nephew and why this initiative? So in 2018, the JWN Academy was approached to collaborate with the NCTVET and JCTI in the Ministry of Tourism Bartender Certification Initiative. The objective ultimately was to train 20 instructors in bar operations and mixology practices under a train-the-trainer program. So a continuously giving back program. We train few and that few train many. So J. Ray and Nephew Limited also supported the initiative through the provision of mixology bases and modifiers in order to create real-world experiences to help the participants assimilate the knowledge into practical. To date, we've trained 1,000 bartenders in the expertise around bartender operations and mixology. Can you go to the next slide, please? Through this partnership with the Tourism Enhancement Fund, we've developed a customized bartender training course for the industry. The course runs over 36 hours, providing knowledge and skills in the following key areas. So the role of the bartender, customer service, sanitation and food safety, inventory and stock taking, types of alcohol, working in the bar, bar tools and glassware, mixing methods, and of course, presentations through garnishes. Slide 5, please. I mean, a bartender can be a mixologist, but a mixologist has to first learn to become a bartender. So bartending, we believe, is an art and a skill, and it's very important for people operating in the food and beverage industry to understand and master this art and this skill. Next slide, please. The initiative has impacted, as I said before, over 1,000 individuals so far. To date, the collaborative effort between JRNV Limited, our Academy, TEF, NCTVET, and JCTI has resulted in a successful training of over 1,000 bartenders destined for the hospitality and tourism sector. Many of the JRNV trained bartenders are directly employed to hotel sector, as well as freestanding bar enterprises and lounges locally, while many others have gone on to take their skills to the cruise industry and entities overseas working in the work and travel programs. So not only are we upskilling the participants for local life, but we're also upskilling them to be able to take those capabilities and work into other industries far outside of our shores. And we're very proud of that, because as these participants move on in the world of work, they also carry their Jamaicanness, and they also represent our Jamaican brands as well, wherever they go. Next slide, please. So investing in our human capital, it simply makes sense. And it's really, really good business sense. We invest in our teams to maximize our earning potential, maximize return on our investments by managing our inventory, which ultimately drives reduction of waste, and to embed service and product consistency. Most importantly, in investing and upskilling our team members, we are helping them to protect consumers through responsible pouring and recognizing the signs of inebriation. So again, there's many knock-on effects of investing in human capital, but the most important, if you remember nothing else I say today, it's about sustainable profit. The more we invest in our human capital is the more that capital returns on that initial investment. Can we jump to slide 9, please? Okay. Okay. I mean, there is the other side of the coin, which is about failure to investing or to put the correct time in investment in training our staff. And there are some immediate and measurable results from not doing that. Most importantly is loss of revenue, the reputational damage that can come with that, and the heavy investments that we must put in to retrain and to retool those businesses when staff move on to perceivable greener pastures. So ultimately, by ignoring this responsibility, businesses could face legal repercussions, an increase in workplace accidents, decreased staff morale, and increased absence. Inadequately trained employees are likely to experience poor job performance and increased levels of work-related stress. So many positive benefits can come from investing upfront in our human capital. And this initiative, which we laud and applaud, is a very good one to upskill one of the most important part of the tourism machinery, the frontline team members interfacing with our guests each day and ensuring that that experience is memorable, that will translate into repeat patronage to our shore. Next slide, please. At JWN, jump to the next slide, please. Slide 10. Perfect, thank you. At JWN, we promote 3 driving principles, which is
which ultimately drives the longevity and sustainability of our businesses. Number one is driving sustained value. So of course, we're all in the business of profiteering and making money. And as we upskill and expand the competencies of our team, they in turn help to double and in many instances even triple that investment, initial investment made. Number two, limit infractions and consistently build compliance. So again, very important cog in the wheel, this business of compliance, ensuring that we're doing everything in a safe and healthy environment. You heard the other speaker spoke about sanitation. And again, these are sometimes overlooked pieces of the puzzle, but very important pieces that overall help to ensure consistency and enjoyment of the finished product. And third piece, which is the most important piece, is to protect our consumers. None of us are in business to keep recruiting consumers. We're in the business of asking those same consumers to make multiple purchases or multiple consumptions from our businesses. And it's the memorable experiences that we deliver upfront that will drive that repeat purchase or that repeat patronage. So in order for us to get to that sustained longevity, which ultimately drives increased revenue, we have to ensure that we're doing the key things to continue to promote and sustain the life cycle of our businesses. Slide 11. I invite you to just take a quick minute to take a look at our responsible drinking message titled Proper Vibes. This message has been around since 2018, and it's our first responsible drinking campaign, a key component in our strategy of educating consumers on how to consume our products. In 2021, we launched part 2 of the campaign, which focused on drinking responsibly while emphasizing at-home consumption, taking into consideration the limitations and social dynamics brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Can you play the video, please?
First, I have a proper meal.
Yeah, man, and the proper limit is.
Yo! Stay hydrated. Make sure you have James.
Always have a designated driver.
Hold a proper vibe. Or make we hold a proper vibe. Bust a buckle, get some cups, we hold a lot of ice, yeah. But before you take the first sip, make sure that you know your limit and hold a proper vibe.
Must be 18 years or older to drink. Drink responsibly.
Perfect. Thank you very much, guys. At Renevia, we exist to serve our customers, just like many of you listening to me speak today. And it's all of our businesses to continue to invest in the team members that help us in support of that mission. So I thank you very much to the panelists and the other presenters who have passionately put time into crafting these presentations together to deliver a message around the rationale and the purpose of continuing to invest behind human capital. Because again, as I said earlier, it's that investment that can pay off many folds when it's done consistently and it's done in a sustained way. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Cecil Smith. Just a reminder, we have about 300 persons that completed the questionnaire. So 50 messages would have been sent to those individuals. So just check the chat. You would have received a private message. We're just asking you to respond about your preference. Would you rather flow credit or would you rather Digicel credit? So just check your private messages for those 50 individuals and respond whether you would like your $1,000 flow or Digicel credit. Thank you very much. So those persons who are interested in bartending certification, remember at the end of our 4th presenter, then you will be asked to join either session in our breakout rooms. So you'll have 5 breakout sessions. So we want to welcome our 3rd presenter, CC Novello, very good friend of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. CC Novello is the Regional Director for the National Restaurants Association in charge of the Latin America and the Caribbean, and also for the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, which is based in Orlando, Florida. CC is originally from Mexico City, where he studied electronic engineering and telecommunications at a university there, which I will not embarrass myself, so CC can tell us later the name of his university. He also has an international business MBA from the University of Miami, Florida. Novella has almost 20 years of experience in the hospitality industry, where he has worked for companies such as Melia Hotels International, Blue Diamond Resorts, AM Resorts, Viva Wyndham, and SPI Software. He has taken in executive responsibilities in areas such as hotel management, sales and marketing, guest service, and technology. He has lived in the Caribbean almost 5 years, between Jamaica, the Bahamas, the Dominican Republic, and Playa del Carmen in Mexico from 2012 to 2017, but he hasn't gone far. He's still in Orlando, Florida. So CC Novello, he's going to speak to us about food safety certification. CC, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. What an introduction. Let me just share my screen and here we go. Before anything, just want to take the opportunity to thank very much the Honorable Edmund Bartlett for his leadership and inviting us to this valuable trade show, to Permanent Secretary Jennifer Griffith, again, also for her hospitality. And I would like to thank our partners at JTEF, Dr. Wallace, our great, amazing partners, Miss Carol Rose Brown from Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, Dr. Shelley Ann Walker Clark for working with us almost every day. And as we say, our Jamaican partners, they're not our friends, they're family. So thank you so much for having us. Thank you for much the invitation. And in this first presentation, I'm going to take advantage to talk about food safety and the biosafety protocols, and especially in food safety and the certifications that we have going around that, and the importance of those certifications. So before I let me just make sure that. So I will introduce a little bit the National Restaurant Association. National Restaurant Association has been around for over 100 years, and this is a very longevity association, and that has been really promoting the restaurant business and food service industry. We have been, I think that we're probably the second largest association in the world after the other NRA. You know, we actually were conceived to represent and advocate the industry interests through the state and national policymakers, protecting our members' bottom line. And with that, also, we developed many different tools for our members to be able to develop their bottom lines by also develop people, as we are going to be talking about during this amazing trade show that we have going on. So, So the state of the industry in the United States is extremely large. A lot of these are pre-pandemic numbers, but they represent an extremely large business that now the restaurant business is in the United States, and the amount of places that actually have flourished because of this amazing part of the hospitality business, which is a restaurant business. It is our industry. It's a cornerstone. I mean, it has employed. I think that now in the United States, we're probably the second employers after healthcare and in the automotive industry. So we employ a lot of people. That's makes us extremely proud. I think that the restaurant business brings people together, employs people, makes them grow in their careers. It's an industry that actually shares very much the passion, as we have heard in the presentation from Chef John Schaub. So that's one thing that is important to notice. Sorry, I'm having a little technical troubles. Oh, here it is. Our association has about 40,000 members associated with us in close to 600,000 locations. So one of the things that we do, and how do we actually serve our members and operator community, we do a lot of research. We listen to the industry. Anything that we do is because the industry asks us to do that. And how do we do that? We do that through research and insights. And we provide a tremendous amount of surveys for our industry, but also we have the fortune to have several publications. And with that, we are able to house a large amount of data in terms of trends, in terms of what people want to have, how they want to be served, what kind of food are starting to be trendy for good, making sense of in terms of profitability or healthiness or what have you. And we have also made sure that we keep focusing in innovation. And when we say innovation, is that we need to make sure that we get faster than our constituents to the things that they want to get to. And this has to do a lot with the network and connectivity that we have with the industry, but also with the academia. So with that, we also develop this tremendous content that we develop to make sure that the industry, on the one hand, is safe, but on the other hand, the workers of this restaurant industry, they continue to grow. I think that we're going to talk today a lot about the internal growth and how certifications allow entry-level people to grow a lot faster, not only in hotels and tourism, but also in restaurants, at times without the formal university education. So our industries, they really bring that second opportunity to professionals when it comes down to growth. And we keep also working on that career path and making sure that the industry, the academic institutions, they properly accept or we properly serve in accepting our accredited courses to be able to give these professionals that set opportunity. But we also developed our courses for young people, and I want to talk about this in a little bit. Another thing that we do to represent our constituents is that we represent and advocate from our members in different legislations in different parts. We actually have a big voice with our Congress in the United States to make sure that we protect our operators from building depreciation, from a lot of things that actually are relevant now, like getting taxes back from educating employees and so forth. So we're actually working very, very hard and closely with our government to make sure that we have that handy. So the associations, that what the association do. So I actually work inside of the association for the training and certification arm or division of our association. And our sole purpose is to protect and grow hospitality, hotel, restaurant, and food service industry by delivering the most trusted and efficient training and certification programs in the market. And how do we do that? It's very difficult to do that. We have to listen to the market. We have to listen to the industry. Those are the ones who have to tell us what to do. But we have to invest a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of people on technology. We know nowadays that if we don't have technology, it's extremely difficult for us to disseminate any kind of promotion, any kind of learning. We used to teach in the 50s when we started the food safety journey with manuals. Everybody knows our manuals, but the manuals, they don't do good justice to the newer generations. So we need to make sure that we can actually have these training and certifications programs being able to run through a telephone, not just through a tablet or a computer, but through a telephone, because a lot of our new generation professionals, they have a telephone, they just jump directly to the telephone. So technology has been extremely important to have, and is extremely costly, but it's a very, very important to be able to deliver the courses through these platforms. Another thing that we do is that we develop this training material, these learning experience opportunities for restaurants, food service, hotel, lodging, hospitality, and workforce development. And the only way to keep on doing that is actually keep on working with public and the public in general. And one of the things that we have to mention is that we have developed as the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Ministry of Tourism, has alluded before, our high school program, for example, it's a very good example about how do we have to be able to be flexible in terms of the implementation of this new curriculum. Before the pandemic, we never thought that we would do high school ebooks. And now it's like, it seems like the high school ebooks are going to be prevalent, and not only in the Caribbean, but in the world. And it's important also to notice that Dr. Shelley Ann Waker-Clark was one of the authors for the new edition of that high school program. So it makes us very proud to keep on working with the Tourism Enhancement Fund, with the Office of the Ministry of Tourism, and with the Jamaican Center of Tourism Innovation and their contribution. We develop and make sure that when people finalizes our courses and training, there is an exam that tells other people that that person has a mastery on that specific topic. So our certificates, they are credentials, because we're working with accredited bodies to make sure that our credentials are accredited and help people going up in their career path, but also getting jobs. And when we talk about the certificates, we need to make sure that certificates are now online. Everybody has talked about, that the curriculums are probably not extremely relevant nowadays. People want to find out if they're really certified. And when they want to find out if they're really certified, they probably want to go to the certifying body to find that certificate. So we now have those certificates available on our website to make sure that your employers or educational organizations, they can find the certificates and give you the opportunity to keep on growing your career. When we start working on training and certification in the 50s, the first thing that the industry told us was food safety. They didn't tell us food safety per safety. They told us risk and safety. Why? Because when the United States, after the Second World War, they start to constructing highways connecting different states and the different cities in the different states and so forth and so on. They realized that the United States was extremely large, and they built not only the diners and the highways, but they start building the motels, right? Nobody knew any of this. Nobody actually was a cook, in the diners. Nobody was a wait person in a diner. Diner was a brand new industry, was a brand new place to work at. The same thing of the motels. So what happened with that is that the diners, they exploded, but they start to implement the buffets. The buffets, they brought a tremendous amount of risk because people didn't know at the time that if you abuse the temperature of the food can become poisonous and actually can kill people. So people died in the 50s from food poisoning. And the FBI is the one who did the investigation and realized that it was actually through food poisoning. And we as an association developed the first training on food safety. Before that, we had HAPSITs and the prevention of risks that could happen in kitchens. Kitchens, they already existed before that, but one of the things that we realized is that preventions of risk didn't prevent cross-contamination or contamination of our food related illnesses. And we needed to make sure that we do something to prevent and help that. So we developed our certifications on food safety. So we started this about 30 years ago. Last year, it's going to be 31 years coming up. We developed the first food training in the world called Serve Safe. I mentioned in my last slide the need of technology nowadays. And if you see the numbers of people who are certified, right now these numbers grow to about 15 million professionals who are certified in food safety. And what do I mention that and what's important and why it may be also important for you is more and more people are actually demanding, with the pandemic, people are demanding that our restaurant employees or the hotel employees actually properly certified in sanitation procedures, for example. We have heard that a lot. Well, Serve Safe for 30 years have been doing the cleaning, sanitation, and disinfection procedures, because that's the procedure about cleaning dishes for the Serve Safe protocol. But I was talking about the technology, and the more people we host in our servers, the more technology we need. But the important thing for you is then this training can actually become very ubiquitous and can be implemented in Jamaica very nicely. Last year, through the efforts of the JCTI, the free resources, and in conjunction with us, we offer for about a month one of our training, and I think that really that contribute a little bit to food safety, food awarenesses. The training that was given for free for a month last year, and I think that the JCTI did it for about 2.5 months or 3 months, I don't remember, sorry, Ms. Brown, was a food handler certification. And this certification, we both in conjunction took advantage of that and give it last year because we thought that it's very entertaining, it's very quick, runs on telephones, and it only lasts about 2 hours. So many culinarians in Jamaica could take opportunity and advantage of become certified with the food handler certification. With that, we also started with our ServeSafe manager training that is required in the United States by legislation. No kitchen, no restaurant can operate if the person in charge of every single state has a manager as a person in charge certification of food safety. Otherwise, the kitchen cannot operate. A lot of the American brands, when they come for in operation, the Hilton, Marriott's, etc., requires the kitchens in the hotels or to have this certification. A lot of your brands are usually this certification, including our great partner, Sandals Hotels and Resorts International. Another certification from ServeSafe that I think is important to mention, our fellow from last presentation, bartender certification, talk about serving alcohol responsibly. In the United States, every single person who serves alcohol needs to have a responsible alcohol serving certification. If these are safe, that would be great for us, but if not, something that is similar. Why? Because the bars, the hotels, the restaurants, and the bartender can be liable in the United States personally if the person gets served too much alcohol and that person has an accident and God forbidden, but dies or kills somebody else. So that's something that has been grown a lot in the Caribbean, especially the cruise liners, but also our partner Sandals use it quite a bit to make sure that their bartenders are certified in responsible serving of alcohol. We also have our certification in allergens training. And lastly, but not least, we have our training from ServeSafe Workplace, which encompasses sexual harassment, which is extremely important, but another certification, which we think is very important, which is unconscious bias. This deals with diversity and inclusion and training our employees to make sure that they don't judge customers because the way they look or the way they think they look, or etc. So that's one thing that is being extremely well accepted in the United States after the incidents that happened for unconscious bias in the United States. Once we have the pandemic, and the pandemic actually hit us last year, we started doing our surveys that we do all the time. And this is what we got from the diners, from staff and people in general about surfaces. And I think that you remember these kind of numbers from last year. So we went very quickly to work on the reopening guidances for hotels, and we shared that to our partners, the Jamaica TEF and Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, and I think that they used it. And what I keep talking about this because I want to make sure that we keep sharing the COVID precautions training that we did is free for everybody. If you want to take a note of the website, it's free for everybody. It lasts about 10 minutes, each of the trainings. We already shared that with you Jamaicans, but if you want to keep the training, you want to do it again, do it again. It's a magnificent training and it's free of charge. The first one was focused on delivery and the second was focused on takeout. And we also did the precaution reopening guidances for that time. This kind of training yields a record of training. This is not a certification of any kind. It's just a record of training, but it's free. It's free for everybody. And why I mentioned that, because when we did this last year, we just reacted very quickly to the pandemic. The restaurants all closed down. You remember that everything closed. And a lot of people started to actually putting these certificates on the windows. So when you were driving for a window for a restaurant, they were saying, we actually have the ServSafe record of training. And they would just put it just themselves. We didn't ask anybody. We didn't say anything. They just put it everywhere. So the media in the United States, especially CNN, went to a lot of these restaurants and started saying, this is a phenomenon. Why these people hanging all these records of training, but they were actually giving the industry some kind of a piece of training. And that they were not the chains or anything. They were the employees doing this stuff on their own. So they start asking consumers about if they have this training, and we actually were featured in many of the news throughout the pandemic, and ServSafe became extremely recognized. So the industry asked us if we actually could do a commitment to have people trained with ServSafe food safety and alcohol responsible kind of trainings, and we did it. And a lot of the diners in the United States have asked us for this. When they come and train some of their people, they get a ServSafe admin commitment. I want to finalize my presentation by talking about something that I think Professor Vogler and Minister Bartlett also talk about, and this is the state of our industry and how in the United States we have lost a lot of workers in some part of the world in the East that actually shift different industries, etc. But one of the things is that there is, in the United States, there is a lot of job openings in the restaurant industry. But with this mobility of employment and employers and employees, we found that it was extremely costly to have this turnover. And these are just some of the numbers of the turnover, and actually it's extremely costly. One of the things that we found out is that employees that they have extremely strong desire to be developed. You can read the metrics, but they're in the high 80s and 90s of the people who want to be developed. And we also find out from managers and general managers and non-managers that improved training, certification, growth, development is one of the things that employees are looking in their for the employers. So retaining these good workers, train these good workers is paramount, and I think is part of what we're talking about. With that, I thank you very much for your time, and thank
you. All right. So thank you very much, Cece. And also just want to reiterate for everyone in terms of the certifications through the National Restaurants Association. I mean, currently we have 5 ServSafe managers that are now available. They're also ServSafe instructors. I believe from our records, the first time in Jamaica, 5 Jamaicans, which is really exciting. And also since this year, we have over 212 hotel workers that have done their ServSafe food handler training. So this is really exciting for us. Just a quick housekeeping for our winners of the cell phone credit. An email is actually going to be sent to you for you to respond to. So for the winners, the 50 winners, just check your email and you can respond via your email whether you would like Flow or Digicel credit. And just before our final presenter for this food and beverage certification session, I am sure that our viewers are going to be super excited because courtesy of J. Ray and Nephew, I wish I could actually answer this question myself, because this bottle of, the only thing that is interesting so far in this package is the 12-year-old. Oh my gosh. So I'm going to actually try and respond because I want the rum. So the first person, and it's actually a veg. So the first person to respond in the chat, here is your trivia question. So the first person to respond will get this gift package courtesy of J. Ray and Nephew. So here is your question. In what year was the JCTI established? The first person to respond, this package is yours. In what year? Whoops, okay. I do not have to ask this question anymore because I see the responses coming in. Whoever wins, know that you have to share this with us. Awesome. All right, so ladies and gents, we're going to welcome our 4th and final but very important presentation. We're going to welcome Miss Marsha Grant. Marsha Grant is the Senior Programs Director for Assessments and Certifications at the Heart NSTA Trust. Under the direction and leadership of the Deputy Managing Director, the Senior Programs Director for Assessment Centers and Dual Certification, she is responsible for providing strategic and operational direction for assessment services, focusing on increasing access and improving opportunities for assessment and certification in keeping with the mandate of the Trust. She is also responsible for seeing to the expansion of the number of assessment centers and ensuring that local standards are in alignment with international standards. Finally, she is tasked with forcing local and international partnerships so as to improve access to assessment and certification services in order to support TVET, adult education, youth and apprenticeship programs island-wide. She is a certified chef with credentials from the Culinary Institute of America, and she is a member of the Culinary Federation. She is an American Culinary Federation certified culinary educator, CCE, and an American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute certified hospitality educator. Ladies, gentlemen, I now hand over to Miss Marsha Grant.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Clark, for that introduction. I am actually happy to also note that I possess one of the certifications from each of your presenting institutions, and that is very, very good. So this afternoon, I am hoping you're able to see my presentation. This afternoon, I am here to speak to you about HARTFUS collaborating to support Jamaica's gastronomy agenda. The presenters before me raised some really good points, and I wanted to zero in on Chef Shop, and he spoke about authenticity of the products. And while he was speaking, a colleague of mine texted me and said to me, "This man seems like somebody who would be a friend." And I remember when he spoke about authenticity, I remember doing a certification, and we had some technical challenges and we couldn't find him. And when we looked outside, Chef Shop and Chef Podfelt, I think, they were sitting outside on a block eating from a box of stew peas that they went somewhere and found. I have no idea where they found it. And they were really enjoying the local fare. So he really was speaking the truth when he does say when he comes to Jamaica, he wants an authentic experience. So to start, I want to introduce the Heart. And who are we?
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Okay, so we are the Heart NSTA Trust, and we exist to build and sustain a globally competitive Jamaican workforce, responsive to the demands and complexities of the modern workplace. In 2020, we completed the largest merger in public sector history. And what we merged the Heart Trust with the JFLL, which is Jamaica Foundation for Lifelong Learning, the National Youth Service, and the Apprenticeship Board. And because of that, we are now able to offer job placement, work preparation, continuing learning, and retooling. So we are now the Heart NSTA Trust. And NSTA speaks to National Service Training Agency. And we are an economic driver and more than a training entity now. We help all working age Jamaicans and retired Jamaicans to maximize their potential for work and national service, thereby advancing the country's growth and development. Now, as I said before, we are the National Service Training Agency, and what you see now divides what it is that we do. So under one category, we have all of our training programs and we have all the services we offer. So under training, we offer technical vocational education and training, NVQs and CVQs from levels 1 to 6. We offer customized certification. We offer job qualifications. Our tertiary arms offer diplomas, degrees. We offer dual certification opportunities. And on the literacy and numeracy training, we offer high school diploma equivalency programs. Our services, we offer prior learning assessments. We offer career guidance and advisory. We offer entrepreneurship and business development and job placement, all in an aim to foster a globally competitive workforce. How are we able to do this? We are funded by a 3% contribution. So every employer contribution benefits at least one trainee. Employer contributions are critical to ensuring that Jamaica's labor force is vibrant, dynamic, and equipped with the technical competence and skill necessary to drive business productivity and competitiveness. Heart contributions are a statutory requirement under the 1982 Heart Act. It was amended in 2003. Employers become eligible to pay Heart contributions when their total gross emoluments, their wage bill, exceed $14,444. Each month, eligible employees contribute to the Heart Trust Fund 3% of the total amount of monthly emoluments paid to employees. Why is this important? It means that as tourism employees, you have already paid for training within Heart, and we are here to serve you. Now, I want to discuss the difference between certification and certificates, and I'm going to spend a little time on it, and it is for a particular reason. Now, the certification is evidence of passing an exam and meeting industry standards. It can only be given by accredited and authorized bodies. Certifications rely on credibility, authority, and standards of their awarding bodies. A certificate of participation, these are non-transferable. And I'm going to use an example to explain to you why you need certification. And you would have realized that all of our presenters so far have been speaking about certification and its importance. Effective this morning, the exchange rate for a US dollar is $1 to 149 Jamaican dollars. I'm going to round it up to $150, which therefore means $100 US is equal to 15,000 Jamaican dollars. Now, is this the same? On the surface, yes. So if you have 15,000 Jamaican dollars, you can have $100 US. So my 15,000 Jamaican dollars, I can use it locally. I can go to Montego Bay, I can go to Ocherius, and I can use it. My $100 US, I can use in Australia, I can use it in Canada, I can use it in Miami, I can use it in the Caribbean. Now, a currency is only relevant based on who accepts it. And that's the same thing with this US dollar, and that's the same thing with your certificate versus certification. Certification is portable. Certification allows you to work in different territories. It is accepted more. Your certificate of participation in some instances is only accepted by who gave it to you, and you may have challenges getting a job because of that. So I hope that it explains to you why it is that we are harping on this certification rather than certificates. The current status of the industry speaks to this, because what we find happening is that we have several players in the industry who they may have worked on a cruise ship for 10, 15, 20 years, and they are now offering persons training programs, and you get a certificate of participation or you get a localized certificate. It only becomes relevant now when you try to use the certificate and you recognize that the certificate really does not hold any water. And why it doesn't hold any water is because if I am trained at Royal Caribbean, for an example, and I've been there for 17 years, so I do have the experience. When I am training, my knowledge has not been validated by any international body. It has not been evaluated by the industry. So it means I have no standing to offer you certification. What else happens now is that we have forgeries of certification, because people pay money for some of these certificates, and when you try to get a job and the certificate is no longer valid, people start to sell certificates. There are entities and other people who collect funds from hotels and staff members to give them certificates. And I would not even elaborate on how many times at the Heart NSTA, and I am certain the JCTI has seen this, where persons come with a certificate to say, I just want to convert it to an NVQ, or I want to convert it to an international certification, because it was not a valid certificate to begin with. Now, if it is that you want to check your certification, I refer to CC Novella's presentation. I think it was on Chef Shops as well. Most of the presentations at the bottom I saw where the accredited body was there. I saw the ISO 9000 certification. I saw the accrediting body. All your certificates have to be accredited. All of them have to be accredited. If it's from the university, the accreditation is on the UCJ website. So before you pay, before you enlist in many of these things, we need to check first and foremost, are these valid certificates? The Heart Trust NSTA programs
Are you skilled but have no certification to prove this? Get assessed and certified by the National Council on Technical and Vocational Education and Training.
So our certification arm is the National Council on Technical and Vocational Education and Training, the NCTVET, and it was established in 1994 under the auspices of the amended HEART Act. They are responsible for the granting of certification for the National Vocational Qualification of Jamaica and the Caribbean Vocational Qualification and Job Certificates. As Carol Rose mentioned in her earlier statement, all of our international certifications as well have been mapped against the national vocational qualifications, and this leads to you getting dually certified when you do any of the international certifications. What is it we offer? We offer programs in 3 categories for food and beverage and the culinary industry. We offer customized programs, we offer job qualifications, and we offer NVQs and CVQs levels 1 to 6, in addition to postgrad certificates and degrees at our tertiary arms. The HEART NSTA supports the food and beverage industry by providing certification at all levels and supporting our local industries and partners in expanding access to training and certification. If you notice one of these pictures here, we have 2 chefs, one from the CIA, one is ACF, one is CIA. Both of them are certified. We also have our local chefs. So we try to ensure that our students get as much knowledge and as much access to industry as possible. All right, some programs that we offer, and we can always, I'm sorry, excuse me, I press too hard, excuse me. Some programs that we offer under the different categories. Customized, we have programs in preparing and decorating cakes, customer service for hospitality, introduction to bar operations, and mixology. And let me explain. A customized program is a program that may be offered by another body. So it may be a jury and nephew who already have a program that they want to teach. And what happens is this program is sent to the National Council and it is assured by the National Council. So the National Council looks at the program quality, looks at what are the objectives, and then offer the certification, the stamp of approval for it. Job qualifications. A job qualification is a subset of a national vocational qualification. In the industry, there are times that you have somebody who works in your kitchen, is not a full, he's not a chef, he's not a full chef. However, he was brought in, whether it be on an apprenticeship program, but his only job is really, he just bakes. He doesn't know anything else, some of the other things. So we have job qualifications for that. So we have a job qualifications, and if you notice how they are termed against the job that the person does. So we have baker, breakfast cook, range cook, small food facility operator, fast food attendant, food artist, pastry cook, banquet server, cake decorator, bartender. And then we have the full national qualifications, and these are commercial food preparation, and we have this from level 1 to 6. So it starts at commis chef and it goes all the way up to executive chef. We have food and beverage management services level 1 to 4, and we have food and beverage management, which is a level 5 program. We also endorse competitions and campaigns to ensure that our persons are internationally competitive. So we have we partner with the Culinary Federation of Jamaica, and what we do is there's a national competition every year, the Taste of Jamaica. We also participate in the Taste of the Caribbean. We also have a campaign running now. This is a current campaign for small food facility operators. And a small food facility operator is the persons that are owners of these cook shops. So as you know, all around the island, we have these cook shops. And what happens is the cook shop vendor is able to come and demonstrate his skill as well, his or her skill as well, and get certified. So we have a certification for everybody in the food and beverage industry. We offer certification programs to our partnerships and MOUs. So as you would have recognized, we have a partnership with the JCTI. So we do work with the Culinary Institute of America to offer pro chefs level 1 to 3. We work with the ACF to offer from certified culinarian all the way up to certified exec chef and certified executive pastry chef. We also, I want to mention, Dr. Clark also mentioned that we have 5 serve safe managers in Jamaica. We also have the only 9 CCEs in Jamaica as well, and these are all instructors at the HEART NSTA Trust. So when you access these programs, these are taught by these persons. We also offer tourism and hospitality programs through the partnerships and MOUs. We offer the Surf Safe Manager, the Surf Safe Food Server. Through the HLEI, we have from Certified Housekeeping Executive, Certified Hospitality Department Trainer, Certified Guest Service Professional, Certified Hospitality Supervisor, Certified Food and Beverage Executive, and Certified Hospitality Educator. We have 20 of our 26 institutions across 12 parishes that are offering hospitality and tourism programs, and they are highlighted on the map there. Plus, we have 70 plus community interventions, and a community intervention means outside of the brick and mortar structures that belong to Heart, we also offer programs in your local communities as well. We offer flexible training and assessment. So we are currently, if you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, you will notice we are doing prior learning assessments. So persons who are already certified, not certified, who are already knowledgeable, can come into the Heart Trust NSTA and prove your competence. We also have in 2020, December, we would have launched our mobile coach, and it is called the Heart on the Go. And what it is, it goes into communities as well, and we are able to offer certification in your local communities. We have gone digital. John mentioned digital badging. We do offer digital badging, but we also offer digital certificates. And this also helps the employees and the employers to have readily available certifications. So you can apply for your digital certificate and it comes to you in an email. You can share it with your potential employer. It is backed by a technology called blockchain, which is one of the most secure technologies in the world. Additionally, how do you get in touch with us? We do understand, especially post-COVID, there are emails, there are phones and so forth, but sometimes technology fails us in that regard in terms of communication. But we also have the Heart on the Go app. It is available on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store. You can download it. You can look at all the programs that are available. You can actually register as a student and track your progress. We actually have a job portal that is there, so you can see some jobs that some employers would have put there. So there's a wealth of information there. Apart from that, you may contact us at 888-432-7868 or email us at info@heart-nta.org, and one of our customer service representatives will attend to you. Thank you so much, and that's it from me.
Yeah. Okie dokie. All right, so thank you, Madam Grant. I know that you have another session later, which I will just remind our audience as well as the others, for your co-workers, friends, family members who will be joining us for the afternoon session. Our second session will begin at 1:30. It will be moderated by the #1 boss, Carol Rose Brown, and we're going to be looking at certification in hospitality and tourism. So as was mentioned, for our breakout rooms, we're going to now invite you to our breakout rooms. In our breakout rooms, you will now get the opportunity to ask questions of our presenters, our partners, watch videos, view brochures, as well as win many prizes and surprises. After all, ladies and gents, this is world class. This is the Tourism Enhancement Fund. So definitely you do not want to miss going into a breakout session. So our breakout rooms will now be opened. If you're wondering how to find your breakout rooms, to the bottom of your screen, you will actually see breakout rooms. Then you will now have the opportunity to join our breakout rooms. The breakout rooms will be opened. You can choose to enter. They will be opened for the next 60 minutes before we go to our second session. You may choose to leave or enter the breakout rooms as you so desire. So ladies and gents, thank you for joining our first session on food and beverage certification. We now invite you to attend one of our breakout rooms. Do not miss this opportunity. You will now hear directly from the horse's mouth. So please join us, and we look forward to hosting you and your colleagues at our second session at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
man. Today's my fasting day on Wednesday. You have online Zoom, many people have a worship of prayer with. Yeah, if you understand. You need to go to front with this. Take out it. Yes, sir. Let us take up space. I don't know. I'll still bless you. Yes, I'll still bless you. In the middle of the storm.
What's that phone look like your hands? Yeah, shrink bag. There's like another bag in the supermarket. And that never.
and we will work to connect you
morning talking about food and beverage, the importance of culinary certification, bartender certification, food safety, and the collaboration we have with Heart to make all of those things possible. This afternoon, we want to focus on a different part of the business we are in, the business of hospitality and tourism certification. We have three speakers this afternoon, Mr. Stephen Hood, Mr. C.C. Novello, and Ms. Marsha Grant. And we begin with Mr. Stephen Hood, who is just about ready to speak to you, but let me tell you a little bit about Stephen Hood. He's a Senior Vice President of Research at STR. He has been there for 25 years, and in fact was involved in the development of the program. It is currently utilized by 70,000 hotels around the world. He's the founding director of the Share Center, STR's program to support hospitality
and tourism education, where over 1,000 schools across 80 countries are participants. The Share Center provides hospitality and tourism data for research and for use in classrooms, as well as related resources, including student certification programs and student competitions. Steve serves on advisory boards as an honorary professor for leading schools including Cornell, Penn State, Virginia Tech, the University of Delaware, Colorado State, the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, and Hong Kong Polytechnic. Steve has been recognized by his industry here and abroad, and by the Hotel Schools of Distinction for his commitment to hospitality education. We in Jamaica are delighted to welcome Steve Hood as part of our technical team, because he has access to providing the kind of technical training that we know our hospitality and tourism graduates are going to need. We believe that hospitality analytics is where the future is. And this is where Mr. Stephen Hood is going to take us. So let me welcome Stephen. Thank you for joining us. We now will begin. He will now begin his program. Thank you, Stephen. We're delighted to have you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Kind introduction and great French accent there. So good for you. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, I'm going to go ahead and share screen now, and this will be my presentation coming up, and just making sure it looks like that's on. Looks like everybody can see that. So it's an honor to be with you, and it's an honor with Jamaica. I got to personally attend a train the trainer workshop several years ago, and when everybody was traveling like normal, and it was great to be working with the universities, the schools there in Jamaica, and this is really just sort of an outgrowth of that. So great to be with you. I'm going to share briefly today and just give you a little bit of an update on the kind of training that we're doing and what we feel like is going to really make an impact. And let me jump right in, and then we'll have questions at the end. Most of you, I think, know where STR fits in the world of hospitality and tourism. We are recognized by most as the leader when it comes to hotel data and research. Now, we're working with the hotels, the hotel companies in the Caribbean and in Jamaica, with the tourism organizations as well. We get a huge amount of data. We're working with all the major hotel chains. We've been doing this for a long time. The program that I run, that Cal Rose Brown introduced you to, was a program called the Share Center. Now, this is a program with an STR to give back to academia. We work with universities all over the world, nearly 1,000 universities. Many of the schools in Jamaica we are working with as well. And it's our goal to give back to academia. And we do that through the certification training programs. Now, STR has 4 different certification training programs that are all related, just like we said before, they're related to analytics. And that's obviously very important. At this point in the history of the hotel industry, it's never been more important for people to be able to look at data, understand that data, and then use that data to make strategic decisions, either at the hotel level, if you're working in a hotel management position, or at a tourism level as well. So STR has 4 academic, excuse the typo, no, there are 3 academic certifications, 4 certifications altogether, 3 for academic audiences. And the first one and the most popular one is a certification in hotel industry analytics. The second one is a lighter version of that, the Hotel Industry Foundations and an Introduction to Analytics. We nicknamed the first one the CHIA and the second one the HIFIA, and then an advanced certification in Advanced Hospitality and Tourism Analytics. That's the CATA. That's beyond the CHIA. Now, there are 3 certifications also for industry audiences. The CHIA, that's the same one. Now, this is unique. I'll come back to that in a minute. It's the same certification for both students and industry professionals. There is a lighter version of the certification for industry. It's called the Certification in Analytic Essentials. And then the CATA also is one for industry as well. We are currently working on a certification in revenue management. It's under construction. I'll mention that in a minute. Now, let me back up, give you a little bit of history of the STR certification training. The CHIA was launched in 2012. Now, we offer that with the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute. You'll hear from CC in a minute. We work together on the CHIA. It was originally offered back in 2012. It's now been obtained by over 30,000 students, professors, and industry professionals. Now, the CHIA is a little unique among the AHLAI certifications in that it does not have a time and service requirement. The CHIA is purely a matter of passing an exam, so it can be obtained by both students and industry professionals as well. It's offered by almost all the leading hotel schools throughout the world. It's mandatory at schools such as Cornell and Hong Kong Poly, and it has multiple industry endorsements. You see a long list of major organizations that recognize the CHIA and endorse the CHIA. It's been obtained by staff from almost every hotel chain in the world. Now, after the CHIA, other certifications followed: the HIFIA, the CATA, the Certification in Analytic Essentials, but the CHIA was the linchpin, and we'll talk about all of them. All the certifications have common features. Now, they all emphasize hotel and tourism and industry analytics. In all the certifications, students learn how to analyze industry data to make strategic decisions. Qualified recipients receive certificates. Now, these are certifications. They are having to pass an exam. Participants have to pass an exam. They then receive the certificate, and they can use that certification designation on their business card and resume. So no longer is it just CC Novella, but it's CC Novella, CHIA. Your students or as an industry professional, you get to add that to your resume. So you can put it on your business card and on your resume as well. Hotel companies are asking for certified students. They're looking for students who understand the data and understand analytics. And we get great testimonials on a regular basis from both students and industry professionals. Now, when it comes to training materials and support, STR provides comprehensive training packages for all of our certifications. These are available to professors and to instructors from universities that we're working with. Just let us know if you need more information. Also to hotel companies that are STR customers as well. So if you're not here just as an individual, but you're representing a customer, a hotel company, we're more than glad to work with your company. Now, the training packages are comprehensive. They include PowerPoints, videos, quizzes, practice exams, application exercises, supporting data. We offer free train the trainer sessions for instructors and professors on a regular basis once a month, and you can attend one of these, just let us know. And then, of course, STR supports professors and instructors who are presenting the training to their students, as well as facilitators and trainers in hotel companies too. The certifications have application exercises. Now, these are optional, but we make these available. We have step-by-step instructions. They don't have to complete them to pass the exam, but they do reinforce the training. And so we do make supporting materials and data available, and we help professors, and that's part of the train the trainer session, showing them how to implement them and take advantage of these if they want to. As I said, they are optional. Now, in a school or in a university, these programs have been incorporated, the certification programs, in courses like lodging operations, rooms division, revenue management, accounting, real estate, capstone classes. Some offer the training in special workshops. It might be like a Saturday workshop or a couple evenings a week. As I said, we make videos available. Now that makes it easy for the professor or the instructor, because especially in a virtual face-to-face format, if that's what they're doing, SDR can present the training for you, and then you can facilitate the training and just review the high points, see if the students have questions, and then use the quizzes or the exercises if you wish to. Some schools have made these certifications optional. Many, as I said before, have made them mandatory. So schools and some of the leading students in some of the leading schools I mentioned before, they cannot graduate without these certifications. Why? Because the schools see these as so critical to the students, and they want their students to stand out. They realize students that are, going to interviews with these certifications, they look like rock stars, and that's what we want to help the schools and help the companies do. Many schools, very, very popular at the graduate level, student projects, very popular as well. So we are more than glad to discuss your needs and ways we can help you implement these. Now, at the industry level, the presentation options are even, they're even more. Industry professionals can take the CHIA training and exam totally online on the HLAI website. Very easy. But we do offer public workshops. These are conducted. The CHIA workshops take place once a month. Now they're virtual all around the world, where an industry professional can participate in a training session facilitated by an SDR staff person. And you'll be attending that with people from all over the world. And you'll get to understand their experiences as well. Now, private workshops are popular as well, and we can arrange these by a hotel, together with a hotel company or with a tourism organization. We can do these at your corporate office. We can do them virtual or face-to-face. We can do it as a pre or post-conference workshop. And just let us know. If we're more than glad to talk about that. We can even help a company present that if they want their trainers to present the CHIA certification to their general manager, to their staff. I'm glad to work with them as well. Now, this is a little description of the certifications. These are the leading hotel-related certifications in hospitality and tourism programs. For industry professionals, they're the leading certifications related to analytics. Both of these, all of our certifications provide evidence of a thorough knowledge of the metrics, the definitions, the formulas, and the methodologies that are used both in the hotel and tourism industry. The recipients have proven they can do the math and interpret the results. They've demonstrated an ability to analyze various types of hotel industry data and to use that data to improve the performance of their hotel. Comprehensive understanding of benchmarking and performance reports. So this is really what sets your students apart as being ready for leadership. And if you're in the hotel industry already, this basically recognizes your ability to be ready to move into management positions. That's the, that's the key. That's the critical nature of these certifications. Here's an outline of the CHIA, and this just gives you the understanding of what gets covered. There are 4 sections and 16 subsections in the CHIA, starting off with analytical foundations. And then section 2, math fundamentals, the metrics used by the hotel industry. And then in section 3, we talk about analyzing the data for property level benchmarking. And then in section 4, analyzing data for hotel industry at the market level. And this would be for people going to work for a tourism organization or a consulting firm. Now, the HIFIA and the Certification and Analytical Essentials are lighter versions of the CHIA content. So the outline is very similar, but it just doesn't go quite as far. When I was there in person in Jamaica, we did a workshop related to the HIFIA. So the outline was very, very similar, a little less of an orientation on math and it just a little less time focused, but very, very similar. And that's that outline. If you'd like more information, I'll get you the specific outline on the HIFIA, but you're going to see it's very, very similar. Now, the CATA goes beyond, and especially at the graduate level, this would be an excellent thing to do with the schools in Jamaica. It provides a thorough overview of the 4 most popular types of hospitality and tourism research that are conducted by industry professionals. So look what you learn to do in this. You learn how to conduct a market study, an event impact analysis, an economic analysis, and a feasibility study. Now, participants still have to pass an exam, just like the CHIA, but with the CATA, they also have to complete a comprehensive project. And the facilitator, the instructor, the professor, for example, would pick one of the projects, and the class would do that together. Heavy emphasis in the CATA on industry relevant analytical skills, visualizing the data, creating a PowerPoint, and then professional presentations. They have to communicate that to the audience. And that's what industry is asking for, people who understand the data and then can communicate that to others. Participants, when it comes to the CATA, they receive valuable templates. They use those templates for their project, but more importantly, they take those templates to work with them. And when they show up at their new company, they have those templates that they can rely upon for the future. When somebody in their company asks, hey, we have a big event coming up, a big conference, we need someone to do an event impact analysis. Has anybody ever done that before? Your student or you as an industry professional can raise your hand and say, yes, I know how to do that. And you have the template to be able to pull that off. You get the data, put it into the template, and then, as I said before, the look like rock stars. When it comes to interviews, they have they can take their project open and say, hey, let me show you the market study I did last semester at my university. And honestly, we joke about the fact they knock the socks off their interviews because they're not used to seeing students show up with that kind of knowledge. The CHIA is the same way, or with that kind of experience, a CATA and a project, popping open their laptop and showing them what they did last semester. It makes your students look far above the rest. Now, the CATA is advanced. This is the full outline of the CATA. You can see they're learning comprehensive step-by-step approach, but this is, folks, it's not rocket science. We can teach your students how to do this. We can help you teach your students how to do this. And we give them lots of examples, lots of case scenarios. So just to wrap up, I'm sorry, a little over time here. These are the certifications that we do. Here's sort of an overview if you want more information, and I'll be in the breakout room at the end to talk more about the various differences and how we can work with your university or hotel company to do that. very sorry. I was looking at my time. I had plenty of time before, and then it just all ran out. If you would like more information, if you would like to register for a free train the trainer session, we make that available to instructors and professors. If you'd like to discuss how to offer these certifications to your students, or if you're in a hotel company and you'd like to offer this to your staff, we'd be more than delighted to talk to you. You see my name on there and my email address, shood@str.com. Would love to talk with you more about this. And thank you. It's an honor to be together with you today.
Thank you, Stephen. We are delighted that you're with us today as well. Just for context, when we started in 2017, the STR was among our first partners, and we offered these courses to the first batch of students that registered at JCTI. At present, there are about 50 instructors who are properly certified, and just over, I believe, another 70 students who have received this certification. Between 2017 and 2021, nobody was interested in talking to us. Nobody understood what data was. Nobody understood what data analytics meant. But now, all of a sudden, we believe the times have changed. And that is why Stephen is here again this time. And we know that this time, there is going to be a far more interested field of persons interested in tourism and travel analytics. So JCTI is really, really pleased to be thinking again of collaborating with Steve and STR to make these certifications available to our sector. The next speaker is not a stranger. In fact, he was with us in the first section to talk about food safety. This time, Mr. C.C. Novella, the Regional Director and Managing Director of the National Restaurant Association and the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute. He is the Managing Director of the Latin American Caribbean region, and he's based in Orlando, Florida. He is a friend of Jamaica. He used to work, he tells us, with a certain hotel in Trelawney. And so he really understands Jamaica and has been with us for a long time. He's originally from Mexico. He studied electronic engineering and telecoms at the university. He also has an international MBA degree from the University of Miami. He has 20 years experience in hospitality, where he's worked for companies such as Melia, did I mention Jamaica, the Blue Diamond Resorts, the AM Resorts, the Wyndham, the SPI software, the whole 9 yards. He has been the hotel management, sales and marketing, guest services and technology person for AHLEI for the last 5 years. And he works between Jamaica, Bahamas, Dominican Republic, and Mexico. We are delighted to welcome C.C. Novella this afternoon again to talk to us about how AHLEI helps us understand career development through the resources available through the AHLEI in collaboration with the JCTI. Thank you so much for joining us again, CC, and please take it away.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. It's an honor to be here with you. Let me share the presentation that I prepared with you. I prepared for you, I'm sorry. And here it is. So as Ms. Brown said, and thank you, Ms. Brown, for the invitation. Thank you again, the Honorable Mr. Evan Bartlett and the Permanent Secretary, Jennifer Griffith, for inviting me and for the partnership to Dr. Wallace, yourself, and to Dr. Shelly Ann Clark for all the collaboration that we do on a daily basis. I represent the National Restaurant Association Solutions And this afternoon, in the morning, I talk about serve safe and food safety. This afternoon, I'm going to talk about American Hotel and Lodging Education Institute and just a little bit about serve success. And the one thing that Ms. Brown mentioned is that I have the pleasure to live in the beautiful country for about a year. 2 tours. I actually had the 2 work permits, which is something that I was very glad that I did. And I was very glad that I actually trained people down there. So a lot of people just went there and didn't train anybody, and then we left anybody a local trained. I am actually very, very happy that I have done that in every single of the countries that I serve and expect. So the National Restaurant Association solution has, besides Serve Safe and Serve Success and the HLEI brand, many other brands that I'm not going to talk about today, but I'm just going to mention them very quickly. You probably have heard of ProStart. ProStart is the high school training for the culinary arts. It's a training material that is used by almost 3,000 high schools around the world. So it's one of the most used high school training materials, and it's been used also as a technical vocational training also around the United States. We actually hope to bring it out to the Caribbean in the next 2 years as soon as the Education Foundation allows to do so. We also have Manage First, which is also a brand that the National Restaurant Association has developed as at the college, community college and university level for the culinary arts, but also for restaurant service and restaurant management. We also have 2 more brands that I just want to mention very quickly. One of them is the National Registry of Food Safety Professionals, and we handle all the certificates that people need to be able to serve food in the United States. So in the daily basis, people lose their certification because they choose a short certification. So this is a way to actually go ahead and pass their or go and do their exam and hopefully pass the exam and get their certification to be able to work in the food industry again. We also have another brand which is very important to us in the United States, which is the Multicultural Food and Beverage Hospitality Association. And we do a lot of very interesting trainings with them that we also have available. So when Ms. Brown asked us, so how do we work with you and how do we add value to Jamaica through our certifications? So I need to start by saying who we are. And we are the HLEI, the American Hotel and Lodging Education Institute, is the arm training, is the certification training. I'm sorry, this is the training and certification arm of the American Hotel and Lodging Association. The association, the Hotel Association, is about 100 years old. It's another centennial association with more than 2.8 million hotel rooms and over 25,000 members and properties. So this is another very large association. And the American Hotel and Lodging Education Institute was conceived in 1953. For the people who saw my presentation in the morning, it ties a little bit with the construction of the United States. Mid-America was actually being built. All the highways and roads were being built to connect the different cities and towns throughout the different states. And as you know, the United States is extremely large. So they were starting to build motels because of the need from going to one place to the city, one to another city, at times driving 10 hours, so people needed to sleep. The same thing of the building of the diners story that I mentioned this morning. So when we start actually building, when the industry started building these motels, there were no books available on training, and there were no motel employees in Nebraska in the first opening of the first motel. So all these professionals, they need to be developed. And we, through the association and the memberships, they ask us to develop the first manuals. These first manuals are were used to the operations of the motels, but in a few years' times, they were also used for the creation of the first hotel management career in the United States by Cornell University. So they used our first books that we published to establish the hotel management career in the 50s. So that's basically how HLEI started. Now, one thing that we have done, besides working with industry with hotels and also with academia, with universities, we have worked a lot with governments for the workforce development efforts. And we actually start working with your government since the 80s. This is way before our times and way before a lot of people's birth in students, actually. So we're not new to Jamaica, as we mentioned. We have several great partners in Jamaica. We started working with the Ministry of Education office in the 80s, but we have actually continued tremendous work with the great leader and one of the best Minister of Tourism in the world, which is Edmund Bartlett, recognized everywhere. And we have a tremendous partner with the Tourism Enhancement Fund and the JCTI. How do we engage with your government, and how do we actually fit? And we fit because your vision is very clear, and we actually just translate it as train Jamaican young students and professionals with tangible credentials for career growth and tourism in tourism and hospitality industry. This is the way we translate it. Of course, the ministry actually puts this in way better words, but it comes down to the same thing. So one of the parts of the vision, and Mr. Bartlett mentioned that this morning, is that you actually have already the implementation of the hospitality and tourism management programs at the high school level. You are actually taking leaps and bounds, not in the Caribbean, but in the world when it regards to competitiveness. Jamaica will actually have the most competitive trained workforce in the future because you are starting with your young people. So when you start with young people and you introduce this kind of curriculum, and this curriculum now is coupled by being an ebook with a bunch of videos, extremely interactive, being able to run in a tablet or in a phone. Obviously, this is a book, so it's not too recommendable to be run in a book, although it has the capability. Young students start to embrace the passion for our backbone industry. So we're extremely happy that you already have implemented in your high schools. I believe in 27 of them, and we're going to grow that footprint in the future with this kind of curriculum and have our young students not only have a light introduction, but a very deep introduction, as you can see here in the table of contents for this amazing curriculum. And this curriculum can be actually run in the 11th and 12th grades. You already, several of the high schools go through it, and it covers 6 magnificent units with 24 chapters. So the students are really gonna know what's hospitality, and they're gonna, in 5 deep chapters, understand what is lodging operations, what is a hotel operations. They're gonna have a very, very good introduction to food and beverage operations, event management, and then tourism, travel, transportation, recreation as well. as well as the business of hospitality. So at the beginning, it's like, well, the world of hospitality, but what is the business? How will we make money here? And also the reflection as what do they see the young students here in this magnificent industry? And in our case, in the Caribbean, being backbone of the industry, what it means for them. And, you know, what is the career type of growth and ladders that they have here. We work very closely with industry to create this curriculum. We also work very closely with academia, and we work very closely with local authorities. In the case of Jamaica, we have the great honor to have the participation of Dr. Shelly-Ann Waker-Clark to be one of the authors of this curriculum. So we have somebody from Jamaica who actually, with a doctorate in education, can give us also, you know, the feedback of what's needed there. So we're extremely happy that you already adopted this curriculum. The amazing thing about this curriculum is that once the student accomplishes the curriculum, they pass the exam, and they accomplish 100 hours of internship or shadowing or training at a hotel, hospitality authority, tourism authority, cruise port, and we're opening that to retail. They actually earn a hospitality and tourism specialist credential. We think that this is extremely good for the students because we're actually getting some kind of credential that is very tangible and is very recognized now for the tour operators. We have letters signed by Marriott, Hyatt, Hilton, Intercontinental, and all the big brands. And we're actually working also with Sandals in Jamaica to recognize and also house these students to accomplish those internships. This is, we think it's an amazing opportunity for those young students to really develop that passion when it comes to hospitality, because now they have the knowledge, that introductory knowledge. They're working an entry-level position with this credential, and that allows them to really see what's all about and understand that they have a career growth there as well. A lot of you are familiar with our professional certifications. We have been working with few of them. I think many Jamaicans have the certified guest service professional designation. I think we have done thousands of them in Jamaica. That was actually the first training that we did at the Braco when I was at Trelawney. In the Braco, when we were building the White Sands down in Trelawney, my time in Jamaica that I love in 2012. That was the first training that we did. And after that, we also did many other trainings down there. So when you finish up one of our certifications, and I think that people talk about, you know, the prerequisites that we have for certifications. At the entry level, we don't have any prerequisites because everybody, you know, should have the right to knowledge. At the supervisor level, we need to be able to certify supervisors. So we ask people that has been in the supervisor position for more than 3 months and supervising 2 people. Now, the training doesn't have a prerequisite. Again, it's kind of like the book. The supervisor skill builders training doesn't have any prerequisite for anybody who needs to understand what is leadership, what's to be a supervisor, what is, you know, the art of hiring and firing and motivating employees, etc. If I keep on going, one of the things that has been extremely important for you is the fact that when people finalize their training, they have actually sufficed the prerequisites and they have passed the exam, they get in this case, a certification, right? The certification comes by an entity that is keep on working towards accreditation. So we have built a lot of technology behind of our systems to make sure that our learning and development and examinations platforms do this stuff on their own, and there's very little human touch. So it's very fair for everybody, but the certifications are earned through the domination of the subject. No, we don't sell the certifications. We're extremely happy to sell the books to get the knowledge. And we have worked very extensively on guest service certification with Jamaica, also with our partner with Sandals. But one of the things that I wanted to mention when we talk about the different training materials that we have is that they provide a career growth. And one of the things is extremely important still now. The American Hotel and Lodging Association did a survey in 2014, and we're trying to do it again as soon as the pandemic is a little over. In terms of how many of the general managers have actually started from the beginning with no prior training. And it turns out that in 2014, 50% of the CEOs, including the top CEOs, and we're talking about people like Mr. Jeff Bellotti, which is the CEO of Wyndham. Wyndham have managed now over 9,000 properties, and he started as a dishwasher. So this is one story that he talks all the time. So when my son told me my first job is a dishwasher in Outback, I said, you started in the right place, because they will enjoy the journey. So the good thing about our career, and I think that the good thing about our industry, and Minister Bartlett mentioned this stuff this morning, is that it has that kindness to allow us to grow, not just some people, but every single people. And if you keep on doing first, the high school, and then you do your supervisor certification, then your manager certification, then your director certification, and then you can do the general manager certification. And I think that the goal that the JCTI, Minister Bartlett, and many of the authorities have is that Jamaicans actually become those general managers in the future. We already have several that are doing a phenomenal job, and we hope that we have more in the future. And we can actually have these general managers that have been in the industry for a while, but they can actually studying and sharpen their saw, and now at some point they will see that they can actually get through a certification like Certified Hotel Administration for HLEI, they're a general manager type of position. So that's also our hope, to bring Jamaicans to be those local leaders that they can be. I mean, we have seen these tremendous chefs and amazing people, so they can do anything like everybody else. And very quickly, I'm going to talk about the career development for industry. Just going to mention it to see if you have more questions in the session, in the breakout. And I will play that video later. But the type of restaurant certifications that we have done, they're at next level. The restaurant industry asks us to create and develop the type of training material that could certify if somebody actually can be a star as a restaurant professional. So we did that, but I think we overdid it, because the literacy required for this kind of training is above high school. Once we get directly into supervision, we go to cost control fundamentals. So this is applied accounting. So it's not easy, but it's not rocket science. I mean, anybody can do it. You know, we have the training material to be able to do it. And we have the learning suites to be able to guide the professionals to learn these learning suites. So I'm really happy to answer more questions about this curriculum. We think that this is actually what's going to create the next generation of restaurant supervisors and restaurant managers. The Jamaican cuisine is amazing. And I think people are also looking forward to go out in the streets and enjoy the Jamaican cuisine. So more entrepreneurs will be there. And I think with that, that actually accomplished my presentation. I think I went over a few minutes. Thank you so much for your time.
Are we ready for the link? Okay. Thank you so much, Cece. Just to gild the lily a little. In the past, you went to work in a hotel as a busboy or in front office, and you worked for 30 years, and then you became the general manager. I'm sure none of the young people out there is prepared to give 35 years to anything called work, certainly not with one employer. What Mr. Novella is offering is a step-by-step approach to getting from entry level to general manager. And he's saying that it's possible to do it in a far less amount of time than has historically been the case. He's also saying that there are persons out there who are working in these jobs and that they could benefit from going for certification through the HLEI. We are delighted to collaborate with HLEI and to make these services available. 2 notes before we go to our final speaker this afternoon. We are running again another opportunity for people to win phone credit. There is a new question, a new questionnaire in the chat. And again, we are looking for answers to those questions. Persons who answer all the questions can win phone credit. Also, we have a question for our HR managers out there. Earlier, we talked about the groups of persons who are eligible for certification. We indicated that there were 3 groups of persons who are eligible for applying for certification through the JCTI. If you can name them, you can win for your staff 5 candidates for customer service gold, 5 candidates for certified hospitality supervisor, 5 candidates for certified culinarian, and 2 candidates for bartender certification. We're giving away this list of certifications free of cost to any HR manager in our sector, in the tourism hospitality sector, who can answer that question. Again, 3 groups of persons are eligible for certification through the JCTI. We spoke about them earlier, and we want to know if anybody remembers all 3 of them, anybody who remembers all 3 of them, any HR manager who remembers all 3 of them, puts it in the chat first, wins those courses for their staff members. Let me welcome the 3rd of our speakers this afternoon. She is none other than my good friend, Marsha Grant, who most people won't recognize because she has changed so much. She's the Senior Programs Director of Assessment and Certification at the Heart NSTA Trust. So you know why we and she are besties. Under the direction and leadership of the Deputy Managing Director, she is responsible for providing strategic and operational direction for assessment services focused on increasing access and improving opportunities for certification. She's also responsible for seeing to the expansion of a number of assessment centers and ensuring that local standards are in alignment with international standards. Finally, she's tasked with forging local and international relationships so as to improve access to assessment and certification services in order to support the TVET program. I should also add that she is a certified chef with credentials from the Culinary Institute of America. She's a member of the Culinary Federation of Jamaica, and she's an ACF certified culinary educator. And believe it or not, she is also a certified hospitality educator, a credential offered by the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute. Let me welcome my colleague and friend, Marsha Grant, for her presentation on hospitality and tourism. She's focused, she has a hard person, she's focused on the back end of tourism. She's focused on helping the industry understand the array of services, training resources that are available to HEART. And we are very delighted that she's here this afternoon. Marsha, take it away.
All right, good afternoon again, everybody. And congratulate you guys for staying for the afternoon session. I want to say how pleased we are at the HEART NSTA Trust to be able to participate in today's activities. Carol, I also want to mention, this morning I told persons that I actually have a certification from all of these bodies. And while CZ Novella was talking, I also have a CHIA as well. So I was also trained in the first batch of CHIAs as well. All right, so welcome again, everybody. And this afternoon, I will be presenting on hospitality and tourism certification, the support for the sector. So this morning, we spoke a lot about food and beverage, but what is it that we are doing to support the sector? Again, we start by just telling you who we are.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the renewed HEART NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to HEART. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
All right, before I continue, I think I am not sharing the correct screen. I am going to try to do this again. Okay, this is the correct screen. All right, I think I'm not sharing the correct screen. I'm so sorry about that.
Jamaica.
All right, so the HEART NSTA exists to build and sustain a globally competitive Jamaican labor workforce responsive to the demands and complexities of the modern workplace. Who are we? The HEART Trust NTA was established in 1982 by former Prime Minister, the Honorable Edward Seaga, in a bid to satisfy the demand for solutions to the persistent problem of underdevelopment in the country. Seaga, during the budget debate on April 22nd, 1982, announced that one of his priorities was that of creating a skills training and employment program for Jamaicans. The HEART program was intended to provide vocational training across the island, which in the long run would have equipped Jamaican workers with the necessary knowledge, skills, and attitudes needed for higher levels of productivity. In 2020, we completed the largest merger in public sector, and we will have merged the HEART NT with the JFLL, which is the Jamaica Foundation for Lifelong Learning, and the National Youth Service and the Apprenticeship Board to become what we are now, which is the HEART NSTA. And we are able now to offer job placement, workforce preparation, continuing learning, and retooling. As the NSTA suggests, we have training and we have services. So under training, we offer NVQs and CVQ certification levels 1 to 6, customized certification, job qualifications, diplomas and degrees at our tertiary arm, dual certification, and we also offer literacy and numeracy training in the form of the high school diploma equivalency program. Our services, prior learning assessment, career guidance and advisory, entrepreneurship and business development, and job placement, all in a bid to have a globally competitive workforce. How do we do this? My apologies. The Heart NSTA is funded by the 3% contribution. And how this works is that it's a statutory requirement under the Heart Act. Employees become eligible once their contributions, become eligible to pay Heart contributions when their total gross emoluments exceed $14,444. Each month, eligible employees contribute to the Heart Trust Fund of the total of their monthly emoluments. Certification. So we have been here all day and we've been speaking about certification. I am assuming some of you didn't hear my story this morning, so I'm going to tell you again about certification and why it is that we're harping on certification, why it is that we're trying to get persons in our industry certified. As Carol mentioned, that doctors are certified all over the world, and we would want our industry to be at this level. We also know that within the industry, we also are trying to ensure that we have, in the next few years, we have certified executive chefs that are Jamaican born, all of these things. Now, what is certification? Certification is evidence of passing an exam and meeting industry standards. It can only be given by accredited and authorized bodies. Certifications rely on the credibility, authority, and the standards of their awarding organizations. And a certificate, on the other hand, or a certificate of participation, these are non-transferable pieces of paper. The story I gave this morning, I'm going to use it again, so hopefully you don't get bored. And I used the story of currency, and I said to you that if it is that you have $100 US, you have 14,900 Jamaican dollars. On the surface, it looks like the same thing. However, the 14,900 Jamaican dollars can only be used in Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, Kingston, all in Jamaica. The $100 US can be used in London, it can be used in Canada, it can be used in Australia, it can be used same place here. What this means is that the currency is only valuable based on who accepts it. So sometimes what happens is that we are taking the certificates of participation and they're not accepted anywhere, and they really don't hold much water when it is that we are trying to get a job or we're trying to matriculate into higher levels, etc. Currently in the industry, and this is something we find happening a lot, we have persons who would have been working for years overseas and cruise ships, even locally, who have started many of these training institutes, many of these centers, and we are offering certification to persons. And they are not accredited, they are not from any particular body. And when it is that you want to use these certificates, you realize now that you would have, in some instances, if you look at number 3, you'd have wasted funds because you'd have paid for this certification and you are unable to use it because it really does not hold up. This now leads to 2, which is the forgery of certification, and persons now are trying to find a way, because when you want to get a job, you're trying to find some way to get into this job, and you'd have just recognized that you have wasted some money, you have wasted some time. I think it was John Shop this morning was saying that, well, a lot of persons are saying it's expensive and all of that. But then if you think about it, if you don't have time, a lot of times people say we don't have time, long programs, do we have to start from scratch? Do we have to do this? If it is you start in 2020 to do a 3-year program, in 2023, the 3 years will have still gone. So it's the same amount of time, and we have to invest in ourselves if it is that we want our product to be where we want it to be. So the Heart NSTA has a certification arm, which is the National Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. And it was established in 1994 under the auspices of the Heart Act of 1992. They are also responsible for...
Are you skilled but have no certification to prove this? Get assessed and certified by the National Council on Technical and Vocational Education and Training.
So they are responsible for granting of certification for the National Vocational Qualification of Jamaica, which is the NVQJ, and the Caribbean Vocational Qualification, which is the CVQ, and they also do job certificates. Very, very important. I spoke about accreditation, spoken about licensing, etc. All of our presenters today and our certification must be accredited. They must come from somewhere. If you notice on the presentation under the NCTVET, you will see what is the quality system that has certified the NCTVET to be able to offer these programs, and it is the ISO 9001, 2008 quality management systems. Each of these bodies has a different certification, but what it means is that certificates that are issued from these bodies are authorized, and they are authorized to issue certificates. What do we offer? So we offer programs in 3 categories: customized job qualifications, NVQs levels 1 to 6. Now, as this presentation is about the support skills, so we do offer support to the industry by providing certification at all levels and supporting our local industries and partners in expanding access to training and certification. We support the sector by offering courses for back of the house and support areas. We have housekeeping programs, front office, maintenance, and engineering. And these are some of the examples of the programs that we have on offer in terms of the support centers. So for housekeeping, we do living room attendant, guest room attendant, houseman, laundry attendant. And this is just an example. We have much more programs. Front office, we have concierge, night audit, front desk clerk, reservations, front office supervision, and also in maintenance and engineering, we do plumbing, electricians, landscaping, construction related skills, and welding. I have divided them again under the topics. So we have, not topics, sorry, offerings. Customize, we have certain programs under customize. One of the programs that person spoke about earlier, the introduction to bar operations and mixology, is a customized program. And a customized program is a program that is offered by, let's say, an industry, and they would have sent their curriculum and their assessments to the National Council for us to endorse it. Job qualifications, we have electrical repair electrician, electrical wiring, we have front office agent, we have landscaping specialist, landscape design, you name it, for back of the house, we have it. Under full NVQs, we have electrical installation 1 to 4, we have electrical installation and maintenance, we have plumbing 1 to 3, front office supervision 3, housekeeping 1 to 4, spa therapy 2 to 4, landscaping 1 to 4. Similarly, with culinary, we also have our competitions that we endorse. The Heart NSTA is a major player in World Skills Jamaica, and World Skills Jamaica also offers competitions in all of these skill areas. So every 2 years, there is a World Skills competition. We have localized competitions as well in agriculture, in automech, in some new things, mechatronics, and all of these things that are able to support our industry. Institutions offer direct support skills to hospitality skills. In all 14 parishes, we have an institution that can address some of these needs. Plus, we have over 70 community interventions. Additionally, we have very flexible training and assessments. If you follow us on Instagram, Facebook, you will realize you'll see a lot of our flyers talking about career days, you'll see job certification days, you will see what is being recruited now. Now, job certification days really means that if you already have this knowledge and you are competent and you are confident in yourself, you can go to these job certification days. You get your assessments done, you do your practicals, and you will be certified in the particular skill area. We also launched in the end of 2020 our mobile assessment coach, which also provides certification on the go. So we'll come to communities to offer this certification. In March of 2021, we went digital as it relates to certificates. So how this works now, you can apply for your digital certificate online. And this is even if you have a certificate already. You can go to the Heart NSTA website. You will see a tab that says digital certificates. You put in your information and your certificate will come to either the app on your smartphone or your email, and it makes it so much easier to share with your potential employers. Additionally, as we move with technology and we recognize that prior to COVID, but we still recognize we do not need to be physically at any location to do things, we have the Heart on the Go app. The app is available for download on Android and Apple devices, and the app can carry you all the way through our processes. So if you on the app, you can apply for programs, you can see all the programs available, you can register as a student and it can track your progress. You can look for the job offerings that would have been put up by employers, and you can also post if you need a job. So you can download that. You can also contact customer care and customer service from there. And lastly, you may contact us at the Heart NSTA for your information at 888-432-7868 or email us at info@heart-nta.org. Go on the website or follow us on all the major social media platforms. And that is it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Ma'am. We are delighted to have you again this afternoon. Just to reiterate, we have had a number of comments in the chat saying how difficult it is to speak to get Heart to agree to give certificates and the like. Well, and how hard it is to get certified. Well, we're suggesting that you would have paid attention to what Marsha just talked about, the job certs. That if you believe you have the particular skill set to justify a certification, you find her certification bus on the day it is in your community. You go there, you demonstrate that you know how to do, and your certification is available almost immediately. This is what I was talking about in the chat when I said the way Heart operates has changed, and we want you to have confidence in Heart. So right next to me, you see this beautiful package from Ray Nephew. You know, we gave one away earlier today. We found the answer in like 9 seconds. But the question for this session 2 is the following. This morning, we spoke about the fact that Jamaica has established 5 pillars on which it plans to establish sustainable tourism development. Under which pillar does the JCTI fall? The first person to put the answer to that question in the chat is going to win this beautiful basket. And we hope that many of you are completing the questionnaire so you can win some phone credit. And the answer to the question, the first correct answer, is given by, oh, I just saw it, Sashana Virgo, Human Capital Development. That is the correct answer. So Sashana Virgo, you have won for yourself this beautiful thing. I was kind of hoping nobody would win it so that I would win it. But considering that you have the perfectly correct answer, Sashana Virgo, Human Capital Development is exactly the right answer. Thank you so much. We will be in touch with you to tell you how to retrieve this lovely gift. Thank you so much for staying with us all day. We are still waiting on an HR manager to give us the right answer. So we're still totting up answers for the phone credit. But now at the end of the formal session, of course, right after this, we're going to the breakout rooms where STR, HLEI, and Heart will, and ourselves at JCTI, will answer your questions. We want to ask Dr. Shelley-Ann Whiteley-Clark to say thanks to all of our presenters, our permanent secretary, our executive director, and not least at all of our speakers, and most importantly, all of you who registered and came to our workshop today. We are so grateful, and we want to ask Dr. Shelley-Ann Whiteley-Clark to move the vote of thanks. Shelley-Ann.
Awesome. I see some persons asking about lunch. You know, the amazing thing, the only constant is change. So I know that we have a belly full of knowledge. So enjoy that knowledge and utilize it. The Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, Miss Jennifer Griffith, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Executive Director, Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Carey Wallace, Professor Lloyd Waller, Director, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Carol Rose Brown, Director for the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, Mr. Carlos Vogler, Senior Advisor, Global Wine Tourism Organization, Chef Shop, Chairman of the American Culinary Federation Certification Commission, Mr. Cecil Smith Jr., Senior Commercial Director, J. Ray and Nephew Limited, a Campari Group Company, Managing Director for the Caribbean and Latin America for AHLEI, CC Novello, Senior Programs Director for Assessment and Certification for the Heart NSTA Trust, Ms. Marsha Grant, Senior Vice President of Research for Smith Travel Research, Inc., Stephen Hood. Ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon. So it is truly a pleasure to be here today, of course, for the first staging of our virtual certification trade show for the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation. Certification plays a major part in the development of Jamaica's tourism industry, and the JCTI has made it our duty to offer internationally benchmarked and transferable certification courses to tourism workers and tertiary level students with the help of our partners. Using a modern blended learning approach, the JCTI has been leading a learner-centered, innovation-driven, and industry-led development program to enhance Jamaica's competitiveness as an international destination. Every year, more and more tourism workers express their interest in becoming certified. So, we are encouraging the operators of hotels, attractions, our HR and training managers in the tourism sector to invest in our employees, invest in your employees. We must bear in mind that as the tourism industry changes globally, the local industry must respond in order that everyone continues to benefit. The JCTI is committed to working with our sector partners to ensure that the results of certification and innovation are shared across the sector to benefit all. So, on behalf of the Tourism Enhancement Fund through the JCTI, I therefore express a sincere thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time out of your busy schedules, having that great knowledge bank into your tummies to participate in our activities for today. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have witnessed here today is the culmination of months and months of planning and coordination. I must first express appreciation to the director of the JCTI, Miss Carol Rose Brown, and her team, which is our team, for the seamless execution of what has been a rewarding day of business engagement. I also commend our committed stakeholders and partners, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, the ACF, J. Ray and Nephew, AHLEI, Heart NSTA Trust, and the Smith Travel Research for their support in the planning of today's events. Finally, I extend gratitude to our multi-award-winning digital media agency, ESIROM, that has ensured a smooth, and I'm sure all of us will agree with me, execution via live stream of today's events. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you all for being here. I wish you all a safe and productive rest of your day. And we will now move over to our breakout rooms. Thank you. Dr. Shelley. To say that we have identified 20 additional winners of phone credit who will be receiving $1,000 of phone credit. You will receive an email shortly, and within 24 hours, you need to reply to the email, and then within 24 hours, we will ensure your phone credit is assigned to your phone. Please now join us in the breakout rooms. Thank you all.